I've got just a little background.
Yeah, 1 second, please. Get the screen on. Okay. Yeah, welcome, everyone. We're here for Tuesday, March 13th, work session for the Board of County Commissioners. Our first item today is a brief touch base on the housing surveillance cameras update. Tom McCabe.
Hi.
And please introduce.
Tom McCabe, Executive Director of the Aspen-Pickens County Housing Authority, and this is Kai Ramsey, the Property Manager of Truscott 1, Truscott 2, and Smuggler Mountain Apartments. And in a recent article in the paper about our placement of cameras out of Truscott 1 got a lot of buzz going on, and strangely enough, most of it came from people calling us, homeowners associations calling Kai to find out more information about how they could do the same thing. So apparently there's a need out there. We have 5 properties that we manage directly. Truscott Phase 1 is a city-owned property. Truscott Phase 2 is a low-income housing tax credit property. Aspen Country Inn is a low-income housing tax credit property. Maralt Seasonal Housing is city-owned, and Smuggler Mountain Apartments is an APSHA-owned property. All of them are enterprise funds. Therefore, they pay their own way, or at least that's the goal. The only one we have trouble with to any significant degree is Maralt because of the seasonal issues that go along with that property. So when we talk about putting in our cameras, we are not expending any of the money out of the joint fund, the 620 fund, which is where the city and the county each contribute. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew the properties were paying their own way on these expenses. And right now we only have Truscott Phase 1 where we have any cameras at all. The reason we came to the point where we decided to put them in is when we're reviewing the invoices for the year, one consistent issue we've had for many years, as long as anybody can remember, are the non-conforming trash items that get put at our dumpsters. And those add up to a significant expense each month, every month of the year. And we didn't have an easy way to get, to identify who was doing the dumping. And when we have looked into cameras in the past, the camera systems were too expensive to buy and install, so we just didn't go there. But of course we revisited it from time to time as the technology has changed, and we've reached that point where the technology is sophisticated enough and inexpensive enough in our view that we could put them in. So we started off with this pilot program at Truscott Phase 1, and our primary focus was the dumpsters, and we had some discussions with the police department on safety issues for our staff, and we put one in our main office. We also put one in our laundry where we've had issues. Not recently, but in the past we've had some assault issues in our laundry. So those are the areas we kicked it off with. We've been happy with the results so far, and we've again talked to the police because we've had some issues, probably more issues on Maralt property with regard to safety, in as much as that property seems to have a population of people that party hardy and sometimes misbehave. So we've had numerous police calls out there, and they agree with us that cameras might be a good next step, and something that you're not aware of that we're thinking about also is radios. Our staff does not communicate with radios, and we're thinking some commercial radios have some real benefits, and we're going to explore that as well, mostly for staff safety purposes. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Kai. Let him give you a rundown of the cameras that we have, where we use them, and how much it costs for us to do it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'm Kai. I'm the property manager over at Truscott. Just to continue where Tom had left off, I'll give you some more of the information in regards to specifics to the project. Back in the summer of 2011, we did install 5 cameras. The cost of the project was $5,758. We did put at this point we have cameras on each of the dumpsters. We have 3 dumpster sheds. We do have our main laundry facility, which is in the 100 building, and also at the front desk. Like Tom said, we do experience a lot of illegal dumping, not just from our tenants that turnover, but we also have people that will pull in and leave appliances, mattresses, furniture, things like that at our dumpster. We spend thousands of dollars dumping each year. I have just a snapshot from a month prior to the cameras being installed, and we have items such as a dishwasher, a mattress, loose trash, a stove, another sofa, another mattresses, and this is just a portion of what our dumping is. We also dump a significant amount at the landfill, and those totals, in a year could exceed a couple $1,000s. Our cameras were installed to prevent illegal dumping and protect our assets. They are not monitored. All activity is recorded onto a central DVR, which we can access that from our computers at our desk or remotely. I'm sorry about that. I do have all of our cameras up on an iPad here, and I can show you, that we can monitor this, at any point, 24 hours a day, if we chose. We've already witnessed moderate success with this program to this point. When the cameras were installed and signage put in place, that was a significant deterrent in itself. In the 7 months that they have been in service, we've seen a significant decline in dumping outside of our dumpsters. Another reason for installing these cameras was to also allow us to view these remotely. Say if it was a snow day or a snow event on a non-work day, maintenance could check in on the cameras and decide whether or not staff needed to be dispatched. I do have some photos that I can pass around so you guys can take a look at what we are doing. There's signage anywhere that the cameras are in place, and just to go off of what Tom had said, after the article, I had been approached by a number of homeowners associations, and they were all curious about how we implemented this, the cost of it, and how it could benefit them. So I haven't received any negative feedback to this point, and our system that we started with is expandable, and we can take it as far as we want. But as of right now, I think we're satisfied with the results, and we'll just continue with what we have.
Well, I'm the one that requested the board to have you in. Thank you very much. I can understand the practical elements of this, and you say you're having, quote unquote, some success with the cameras as far as the dumping. But this goes beyond some efficiency and the cost of illegal dumping. For me, this is a civil rights issue, and I just don't like the idea of cameras in housing. For me, it almost sends a message that, well, maybe the people that live in housing are second-level citizens because here we are installing cameras. This is just not keeping with my mentality, the way I was brought up, and the world that I live in. So that's why I asked the board to, have a non-packet, non-prepare, type of brief explanation of what's going on. You want to pass the pictures around so we can get educated on that one?
Sure.
Board, any other feedback?
Sorry.
Rob.
Yeah, with the What's the chain of authority when a decision like this is made in sense of the homeowners? These are city-run projects or AFSHA-run projects, so they're rentals.
Mm-hmm.
So the homeowners association is essentially the owners, which is the city.
We have no homeowners association regarding these properties.
Yeah, there's no, AFSHA.
AFSHA is the managing agent for whatever entity, whether it's the board or the syndicators or the city of Aspen.
I mean, you could have people form a tenants association, but they haven't.
Right.
So there's really no input from the tenants on whether or not they're in favor, other than these phone calls that you say other people want to put this in, but those are different properties.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the first question is, what do the tenants that are out at Trustcott think about the cameras? And they might be in favor of it, they might not be in favor of it. The second question is when a decision like this is made through AFSHA, what's the policy? What level of authority makes the policy decision? Is it?
I authorized it in this case. This is administrative, in our mind, an administrative decision of whether policy change with regard to the AFSHA program per se was a management decision, just like I might decide to purchase a new Xerox machine or something in that order. There has been, as a result of the newspaper article and the city manager's discomfort as well, he knew these were going in. We did mention it up front, and he didn't express any opinion on the front end on Trustcott, but after he saw the article in the paper, he wanted to see our plan. He wanted to see oversight on that plan for Merle, which is also a city-owned property. And we'll make suggestions as staff as to where we place them and how many we want to place, for what reasons, and then he'll look that over and either approve it or not. So there will be his oversight on Merle going in, and if we were to try to put any additional cameras, he's expressed, at Trustcott, he's expressed the same thing. He would like to take a look at our reasoning behind that before he okays it.
And just a quick follow-up, and I'm learning here still after a year and a few months. What's the bylaws say about the threshold of an administrative decision versus a decision that has to come in front of the BOCC and the City Council in terms of making a decision? I totally agree this is an administrative decision. I'm not really questioning this. I'm really just trying to understand in my mind, where that administrative authority ends and where the policy-making decisions of the elected official bodies that are supposedly overseeing AFSHA, and where that begins.
Well, if staff were to suggest a change to the guidelines, to any of the policies that are reflected in the guidelines, that would need oversight from both City Council and County Commissioners. And also, if we contemplated any changes in the intergovernmental agreement, or if anyone else did, if you did, that would obviously have to come through the County Commission and the City Council for approval. And so staff can make those recommendations, but we cannot make those changes. And those are generally the bigger picture items on how the program is designed and integrated, the various parts of it, and how we're expected to run it, how we're expected to run the lotteries, what the income and asset rates might be, and those types of things. Those are all policy decisions that we do not implement. We may make recommendations, and from time to time we do, but we don't have the right to change those.
Thanks.
George.
Unfortunately, we don't live in a world that we grew up in, which was, I think, much safer, much more respectful of individuals and property. And we've seen that shift drastically, of course, since 9/11, when our whole approach to security really turned around. So I understand the need for cameras, for not only to address illegal dumping, but also just for the safety of the residents. And I think that is paramount in terms of supporting this concept. And I think it further supports it just by the number of calls, requests you're getting from additional homeowner associations that probably have similar concerns, whether it be dumping or illegal parking or just safety for residents as they coming in and out perhaps late at night. And so it's not the best approach, but I think given the nature of where we are today, in today's world, I think it's warranted. So I support that.
We have, when I think back about some of the illegal dumping that's gone on in the past, I would say most of it fell on the county to clean up. I don't know if you remember, but out the Maralt open space, there was a whole bunch of dumping that went on there. And the dumping that I'm referring to might be farm equipment or automobiles and trucks and things of that, refrigerators, and also out at Cozy Point there was a whole bunch of that dumped. And I think what it gets down to is that if you ask of people to dispose of things properly, there's some inconvenience. You have to haul the stuff away, and you normally have to pay some fee associated with it. And so I understand that there's a temptation there to drive up an old dirt road someplace and throw something out of the back of the pickup. And the county's done a real good job at cleaning all that stuff up and patrolling that. And I think most citizens have understood that that's not the way to behave. But we still see populations of, there are just certain individuals that don't want to go through the trouble or the expense, and they dump where they can. Most homeowners associations that I talk to, they have a consistent problem with people dumping in their dumpsters, so they tend to lock up their dumpsters. And then the stuff piles up alongside their dumpsters. So this is a societal problem that's bigger than affordable housing. And I understand, there's a sensitivity on Commissioner Hatfield's part with regard to this being targeted at affordable housing, but anecdotally, I can say I've had a lot of conversations with others in the free market that experience the same thing.
I'll call on you. And so, board, one sec, I want to make sure because we're running out of time here. Any other comments, and then we'll get feedback?
Well, I have to apologize. I just got back in town yesterday, so a few minutes late catching up, coming back. I wasn't sure if this was just a work session to discuss what you've already done and primarily those trash receptacle areas, or is it a further plan to have one at the entrance to each building, and where does it go?
Well, from our perspective, we have a pretty clear need at Maralt, and
for further monitoring beyond the dumpster.
Well, I think we're intending to put another one in the office. We've had some issues there, some threatening issues with our property manager. And at that property, the property manager is frequently out there by himself, and there's not a lot of public traffic nearby that might just see something happening. And it takes a little bit of time, depending on the traffic patterns, for the police to respond, and depending on what their other load is, what they're busy doing already. And so we're a little concerned for some of the things that have gone on out there, and that's been a pattern over the years, and we've had discussions with the police. Recently, the police have been out there walking the property with us to try to get a handle on where we might best utilize some additional security. And they agree with the use of some cameras, again, carefully chosen places, and the use of radios they think is a good idea as well. And then there's some other things that go along with protection from bears, and we can't really arm ourselves, but some of the people that we deal with do come after us, and so we're thinking of pepper spray. But those things are all kind of in conversation just to protect the staff from having somebody act out their aggression.
I guess at the end of the day, I agree with George's basic position, but I also agree with what Jack is bringing forward. Is you don't want to become the 24-hour-a-day monitored society. I was just going to City Hall for a meeting the other day and noticed the little security bubble, which means there's a camera behind it on the second floor. And I know they've had issues with people illegally using their copier and things like that, disappearing. You go to City Market and they're there. You go to, if you're riding on the Raptor bus, there's the monitor of your entire, trip. And, people are getting more and more aware of it, but it is often very helpful in terms of law enforcement when they were able to tell where was the last stop that Mark Aldridge had gotten off the Raptor bus, or tracing some of these things backwards in time. So, at the level that it's about your management of your properties and the protection of those assets and reduction of cost, I'd hate to see the costs kind of constantly pass through in terms of rental increases because we're not able to contain the costs on the garbage and trash pickup. So, there's those two sides of it. The tenants can benefit from reduced cost as well. But I do share the idea that, we're not going to have a new desk in the communications central and have them, monitoring, everyone's daily activities on a regular basis. And I think those sort of issues speak for themselves.
Go ahead and wrap it up on you guys.
Outside of the dumping issue, I just want to maybe justify it in another sense that we didn't touch on. At the front desk, we take in thousands of dollars per month in rental. And we also have very sensitive documents in our files in our office. There's no security system in place except for now these cameras. We've got to be able to protect not only the money, but all of our tenants' personal information. In one of our laundry rooms, or the laundry room that's being monitored, each machine in there is a $3,000 piece of equipment. And we've had vandalism in there, we've had transients who've camped out in our laundry rooms. All of this has all gone away after the cameras were installed. It is, in a sense, Big Brother, but it's only in common spaces, and it's only protecting, our interests. We're not in there looking at, what people are washing, what people are doing. It's just a matter of, safety and security for ourselves.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. One could agree about the reasonableness of what you're doing about trash, the dumpsters as well as the office, and you can make a real good argument about that. But the fact that you start here, where does it go? And the newspaper article said you have the ability to do a live feed. So the next thing you know, we're looking at corridors and hallways, and I'm not saying right now, but down the road. And so, that's why I brought this up. I know, obviously, there's a national debate since 9/11 about constitutional rights, etc., and I will, regardless of whether it was my feeling when I was a youth or now, at middle age, I will absolutely stand on the side of defending civil liberties. And that's why I brought this here. So, looks like we're done with the item, and thank you for your time and getting away from what you typically do. Since I'm not going to get any help clamping down here, or just say thanks. But you're aware of the concerns, certainly.
It's been noted.
Okay, our next agenda item is, would you all like to come up front, Mitzi?
Absolutely.
And do you have any setup?
We need to set up a
If you-
little bit, yeah.
And
So I'm going to
a
use the
minute?
restroom real quick while they set
Yeah,
up.
let's take 2 minutes or 3, whatever is necessary.
So this, I recommend here. Jack,
Welcome, everybody. We're back at the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session for Tuesday, March 13th. Our next agenda item is a report on updated 2011 Colorado self-sufficiency standard for Pitkin, Eagle, and Garfield counties. Mitzi, why don't you introduce yourself and your team here?
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks very much for having us. This is great to share this information on the self-sufficiency standard update. I'm Mitzi Lettingham, Health and Human Services Deputy, and Nan Sundin is away this week. However, we are fortunate that Kathy Lyons, who is our Pitkin Eagle County Economic Services Manager, was able to join us. And she's also our close partner in providing all of our public assistance for Pitkin County and Eagle. And it's my pleasure to introduce Tracy Stewart, who is the Family Economic Security Program Manager of the Colorado Center on Law and Policy. And she has come down from Denver today to provide us with the updated 2001 Colorado Self-Sufficiency Standard. Tracy's role at CCLP is basically to monitor policies and programs that improve access to resources that give every Coloradan the opportunity to work toward economic stability and security. It's all about stability and security. She provides research to businesses, governments, and communities on the progress Colorado is making in its poverty reduction efforts. So one of the products of CCLP, in partnership with the University of Washington Center for Women's Welfare, has been this income measurement tool of the self-sufficiency standard. As you all are aware, in the last 2 to 3 years, the conversation in our department has really been focused on the disruption that the economic downturn has wrought in our community. We've experienced an explosion of financial need and hardship and increased social stress among our citizens at all levels, as we know. So we feel that harnessing any and all tools and resources that can help our community get back on its feet is of interest to all of us. In that vein, we thought it was timely, particularly in light of the identification of supporting a diversified economy as a strategic plan work action priority in 2012, to revisit some of the realities that the standard points out to us. And so that's why we're here today, to have a discussion about the implications of this report for our region, keeping in mind that this tool can be used to better understand the complexity of income adequacy, which is a means to analyze policy, to also evaluate wages in our region, and hopefully even to create programs that will lead to self-sufficiency for working families. So with no further ado, Tracy, take it away. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me up here. I thank you for the introduction, Mitzi. I won't have to spend too much on who we are. I don't know if folks have heard of the Colorado Center on Law and Policy before, or if you've heard of some of our work, but we've been around since 1996, although I haven't been there that long. And the other piece of us is the Colorado Fiscal Policy Institute, which does a lot of work looking at our current tax structure and the effects of that on the state budget. We are the publisher of the Self-Sufficiency Standard, and this year we also released the Colorado Elder Index, which is basically the cost of making ends meet after retirement, what it takes to age in community. So that's who we are in a nice, polite way. The program that I work with is an outgrowth of the Economic Self-Sufficiency Program. It started with the first publication of the standard, and it grew because we realized that the report as a benchmark actually does help folks reevaluate or evaluate for the first time their policies and programs around economic self-sufficiency. So we're largely working with families that live below the poverty level all the way through say 300%, and actually in Pitkin County 400% of the poverty level, which is closer. For Pitkin County, actually, it's above median income, but 300% statewide is about median income, and that's where we sort of start to define the middle class and folks who are actually able to build assets. So we did change the name of the program to match the work that we're doing now, the expansion of the work that we're doing now. But it did all start with the self-sufficiency standard, and the self-sufficiency standard was created by Dr. Diana Pierce. And the definition of self-sufficiency is that you're able to meet basic needs without private or public assistance. And what I really like about that is it really starts to help people understand what public assistance is all about. What I like to say is that public assistance exists when private assistance has been exhausted. And so some of my examples are, you are a boomer and you have adult children and they've moved back into your home with you because their jobs aren't paying them enough to live outside of the home, so they've moved back in, so you're taking care of them. But your parents may be aging out, so you're providing caregiving services to them, which you're paying for out of pocket. And so all of a sudden you start to look at your own household expenses shrink, and then there's a crisis. And when that crisis hits, then your adult children, and your parents who are all depending on you start to face a new kind of circumstance or a new kind of a need. And that is usually when you see people turning to public assistance, generally in this state for a very short time. And our most popular form of public assistance is food stamps. That is the most easily available program for families, especially in an intergenerational situation like I just described, to access. And then some families use diversion programs or emergency care programs so that they can maintain their housing or transportation or utilities. So that's basically where we are. You could do it all by yourself and then something happens and suddenly you're out of resources. So you need work supports or government assistance. The self-sufficiency standard says this is what it takes to work without that. And it's a surprising number for a lot of folks because generally where we see programs kick in and where we see people able to access public assistance is at the level of poverty. And the interesting thing about that and self-sufficiency is in this chart. I know that you all received the presentations or received the presentation ahead of time, so I'll just jump down to the bottom that you can't read. I do apologize for that. So because of the way the federal poverty level is measured, and because it is frozen in time, the thresholds are generally too low. So in a couple of slides, you'll see the difference between what it takes to make ends meet in Pitkin County, and you'll see what the poverty level looks like for someone living in Pitkin County. The other measure that's out, because the federal government does realize that the poverty measure is a little insane, it's basically 3 times your food budget for the month. So if you could, actually I'm going to pause a minute and let you do that. So just think about your monthly food bill. No outside food, just your what you pay for groceries. Multiply that by 3. You guys have that? You have that figure?
And you're supposed to be secure in your lifestyle. Huh?
And then multiply that by 12.
Right.
So that you get an annual. And then out of that, pay your rent or your mortgage. Is anybody broke yet? So that's what the federal poverty level looks like. And actually, the feds go a little bit, they take it one step further and they actually define the food that you would get. So it's not your monthly food bill, it's certainly not mine, it's the monthly food bill as if you were on the low-cost thrifty plan, which is a great diet. So it's even less expensive than that. It's basically $3 a meal per person per day.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Sure. I think you may cover this later on, but when I was reading through the packet, those standards, specifically the food standard, which is sort of a standard for deciding the poverty level, that was set up in 1965, when, of course, food was much less then, probably much healthier choices then than we have now. And I know in the packet you sort of talked about that there is right now being looked at in terms of that 1965 standard and trying to raise it to today's reality. So how's that moving along, and why is it taking so long, 50 years, to realize that this is not the right way to measure?
I actually am going to talk about that. And I think that, during the time that they first started looking at, I want to say her name was Oxley, but that's not right. She was a labor economist, and when she first started looking at the federal poverty level, you had stay-at-home parents, or a parent that was a stay-at-home person, so you didn't have costs that were associated with work, which actually get to be pretty significant. And food was a third of the family budget because, in fact, it was healthier and more expensive because you don't have the commodity trading that we have going on with cheaper food production these days. And so, and you were looking at a middle-class family to work down. So there were definitely considerations that weren't there. One of the biggest costs of both parents going to work is child care. And that's a constant driver. Dr. Pierce has done this work in 37 states, and child care and housing play upon each other for number one spot, number two spot in terms of expense and cost. And child care is related to parents going to work. So very different scenario than what was going on in 1965. But even then, during that time, the poverty level was misguided because it wasn't taking into account the expenses that are associated with even one parent going to work. So that's what that looked like. And the federal government, I think, over the last 2 years, it might be 3 years, actually started working on trying to do an update, and that's based on the work put out by the National Academy of Science. So that's the supplemental poverty measure, and that's the column 2 on your slide. And that got a little bit closer to what it costs to make ends meet, and it definitely takes into some account some of the other factors that were not considered with the federal poverty level, like where you live. Geography is important. Place is very key on determining what it costs to make ends meet. It also takes a look at family size, but it doesn't take a look at family composition the way Dr. Pierce does. And composition basically means how old are those kids? Because, again, we're talking about the profound effect of child care. So at the same time that Dr. Pierce was looking at the self-sufficiency standard, a number of other economists were looking at other measures. The one that rose to the top for the feds, largely advocated by New York and Mayor Bloomberg, is the Academy of Science Supplemental Poverty Measure. So that went into effect last year, and I believe that they're releasing some nationwide numbers on what they consider to be the level, true poverty level, based on the supplemental measure. Those numbers should be coming out this fall. So it's very interesting. The reason we like the self-sufficiency standard is because we still think that the National Academy misses some of it's only a partial measure, so it misses some of the other factors that we and a number of advocates and Dr. Pierce think are crucial. And so that line that's cut off that you're missing is it says it's a partial measure. So the first measure is not adequate at all and is too low. The second measure is partial. One thing that the Academy of Science, the supplemental poverty measure, does do is it takes into consideration income through government programs, the same way that the self-sufficiency standard does. So that's different from the poverty level. So when you look at the numbers of who's poor and who's living above poverty, you may see some results where people who, under the federal poverty level, we would consider to be poor, but because they have subsidized housing, they actually rise above the federal poverty level, because that proves that providing people with adequate low-income housing makes a difference in their ability to rise out of poverty. And that is something that you'll see with the Academy, and you'll also see with the self-sufficiency standard. Both of those standards include the significant cost cutting that happens when you provide public supports. So we do like them for that. So what does that mean for Colorado? So for Colorado, what we're looking at is we're looking at some really interesting changes depending on family size. And we didn't do this for all families, but we thought it was interesting to look at it for one adult and one preschooler. And part of the reason that's interesting to us is because one adult and one preschooler is the caseload of Colorado Works, which is the general welfare program, a significant work support program for low-wage workers. Colorado Works is a part of the temporary aid to needy families, and many of these folks are working but are not making enough to rise above poverty level. So TANF, Colorado Works, kicks in and supplements their income. And so when you look at that and you measure that up against self-sufficiency, you start to see some really interesting changes over time. So right here, we're looking at self-sufficiency for one preschooler, one adult, and within the state. And the darker counties are the most expensive counties, and that's not surprising to you guys. I mean, so it's always been Pitkin, Boulder, Douglas. You guys, Pitkin always heads the pack. There was a couple times that Boulder kind of nudged you out, but not really. And then Douglas is one of the most expensive, still seen as the fastest growing county in the country. One of the things that's happening, though, that we thought was interesting, and I have another slide later that points this out, is that the surrounding counties are now jumping in and becoming more expensive. And that has a lot to do with counties that are, their cost of living are going out because of counties like Pitkin and Eagle and what it means to push workers further out. So you'll see later on that there's a significant change in the cost of living for Lake County. There's a significant change in the cost of living for Garfield County. And then when you look at the surrounding areas of Boulder, you'll see the same thing happens there, where people are sort of just being, workers are being forced to live further out and commute in, and that drives up the housing costs for the surrounding counties.
I was going to say, there's that, and it's part of that, but it's also just the real estate second home market,
Yes.
particularly in the mountains. So counties, Chaffee or Lake, who may not have really had that same share because they don't have a ski resort right in them, are still getting retiree second homes and things like that, affecting the price of the housing.
Absolutely, that's a very good point, and I didn't know about the retiree part,
Yeah.
so that's very significant. We are looking for where our elders are settling in Colorado because it's expensive for them as well. So just to let you know, when you're looking at an adult and you measure that against the poverty measure, you're looking at a $13,000 gap between that and what it takes to make ends meet in Pitkin County. So it's about $27,000 a year to make ends meet for a single adult in Pitkin County. $27,000 a year transfers into about a $13 an hour job. So we are going to talk a little bit about what some of those occupations are as we go along. Then, and here's the crazy part about childcare and what it means to live in a bigger house because you have a child. So you have an adult and you have a preschooler, that's a $59,000 a year salary to make ends meet in Pitkin County. That's 404% of the poverty level for the same family. So that same family at poverty level is at $15,000 a year.
Can I just ask, with your calculation here, and it kind of goes back to your previous chart, that, I mean, let's say we use that $50,000 level as the self-sufficiency poverty level, and that's what I'm reading your interpretation of what that is. That includes not just their income, but also their subsidy incomes, right?
Yes.
So their tax credit,
Yes.
for per number of members of the household. If they're on food stamps, their dollar value of the income that they get via food stamps. If they have assisted child care, the value of that assisted child care.
Right.
So really, it's not that someone needs to make $50,000. They need to make $30,000 plus the $20,000 worth of subsidies, or whatever those
The
numbers
combination
are.
is, yeah,
So
that's
we're not talking, everybody in Pitkin County to make a self-sufficient income has to make $50,000. They have to make $50,000 minus the credits that get added back in, which I think is one of the biggest deficiencies of how we judge poverty levels in our country, that we're not taking into account any of the subsidies that those people are getting.
We do actually take that into account. The National Academy, the supplemental poverty measure takes that into account as well.
The federal poverty level does not.
Right, that's the other
That's what
one.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
The federal poverty level does not.
Does not, yeah.
So when we see a
add to that.
$20,000 federal, or whatever it is for Pitkin County, that doesn't include whatever subsidies they are getting.
Right. So if you start flat, that's a really good point. So if you start flat, at one adult, one preschooler, okay, and so that person is at $15,000. So then that same family can bring in on TANF about $300 a month. Is that right?
Not quite yet.
It's close to $300 a month. So you add to that $15,000 another $3,600. So now you're bringing that family to $18,000. Okay. So then with food stamps, that might be another, because it's $133 per person, so another $266. Let's add another $300. So another $1,200. Or I'm sorry.
86. Wasn't it
3,600.
3,600.
3,600 plus 18. That brings you up to about 22,000 a year. Okay. So, and this is where it becomes really, really key. If you don't have any housing at that point, with your subsidies that you can get, and then let's throw in child care at $1,500 times 12. Somebody help me with that. 18,000. So 18,000, 21,000. You're at 39,000, and we're still asking for 59,000.
Yeah.
For that same family. So without
tax credits.
So then you have your tax credits, which are a standard EITC for one child is going to be about $3,000. So now you're at $42,000. And so we got a $17,000 gap. If you have affordable, heavily subsidized housing, you can maybe make it.
Yeah.
If you don't have that housing, you've got a $17,000 gap. Very rarely across the state, and this is part of another study we do called the cliff effect, very rarely across the state do people with subsidies ever make it to self-sufficiency. There's generally, on average, in 2009, on average, there was a $6,000 to $10,000 gap between subsidies and then actual self-sufficiency. And then, because we have something called the cliff effect, you don't actually get those subsidies all at the same time. Like at a certain point when you get more income coming in, you lose the TANF subsidy, which is more than, so you're absolutely right in making your point, and that's the same point that Mayor Bloomberg and a number of folks at the federal level want to make. The problem is, okay, so I'm jumping into my advocacy role. The problem is that because of the way the federal programs are constructed, you lose those benefits before you get to that point.
Yeah, there's a gap.
There's a big gap, yeah.
No question. But I want to make clear that we're not saying that everybody should be making $50,000 to be self-sufficient in this community.
Right.
They should be making $50,000 minus the subsidies that they're getting from the community.
Right, so that's very, there are all kinds, you cut expenses, you increase revenue.
Hey, one second, please. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, Robin, and that's accurate. There's also other things that you can throw into the mix, because just the term, the self-sufficiency standard itself kind of implies things that, at least the last time I saw the presentation, I don't know if it's changed, but it doesn't include saving for retirement.
No.
And, you know, in theory, everyone should be saving, you know, more than 5% of their income, probably 10% for retirement, because Social Security, you know, who knows, all these kind of things, it only replaces part of your income, not all of it. So, you know, if you added on that this same family should be saving at least $3,000 a year in investments for retirement, or that they should be saving X amount in their health savings account or flex account for medical emergencies, let alone perhaps saving for those kids to go to college. You know, you really have added on a lot of things. So when you get to what is true self-sufficiency, I'd like to think it's not living in poverty as a senior. And, you know, so beyond that, we could go into the mix that these programs are all pretty heavily threatened right now with, you know, trying to tame the federal deficit, and particularly doing that with no new revenues and putting certain things off the table. You know, it's all going to come out of domestic discretionary funding. So, you know, back in NACO, and I was just in D.C. for the National Association of Counties meetings there, you know, the primary things that came out for the national organization were protect Medicaid funding and support, protect TANF block grants to communities, so, not block grants, excuse me, TANF, you know, as it is, but on and on and on. So, you know, it's one thing to say those programs are there, but they're, you know, on a lifeline in many ways.
And that's a very, very good point. I think just to add to that, so when you look at the continuum of economic security, you will see that self-sufficiency is a pinpoint. It's a benchmark, just like you know, median income is a benchmark, and or the minimum wage is a benchmark. So you'll see that those are, you know, oh, I made it here, I made it here. But the journey is economic security, which includes how am I going to retire? We discovered, because we released the Elder Index earlier this year, we discovered that, you know, in a way we've been doing our families a disservice, because we've been like, it's all about self-sufficiency. And people are like, I just have to get to be self-sufficient. But indeed, being self-sufficient in your working life is definitely going to put you in poverty in your retirement life. And so now we're changing that message. It definitely will, because self-sufficiency is about basic needs. And you do have to add more for asset building. So that's a really, really good point.
And, you know, I mean, this is an argument that a friend of mine makes all the time, who is much more of a conservative nature than I am, but self-efficiency is not having cable TV and other expenses that could be put towards retirement. And I think there was a study that he keeps on referring to that says, you know, 2 out of 3 people on food stamps have cable TV. And where does that fall into this formula of self-efficiency? Is that, you know, is that a need, and what's a need for providing for retirement or whatnot? And
so there again, that's really good. There were a couple studies that came out. I don't think it was the Heritage Foundation. Or maybe I'm going to say both of them, so I'm not lying. It's either the Heritage Foundation or the Independence Institute that put out a study that said, you know, poor isn't really poor. Because when you're poor, you have these assets. You have refrigerators. You have refrigerators, you have cell phones, you have cable TV, you have all these assets. The Half and 10 campaign, which looks at poverty reduction throughout the country, put out a report that said if you took all of those assets and put them together, and put them together, you would pay, and you sold them, you know, so that you traded them in for monetary value, you would get someone 6 months rent, depending on where they lived. Clearly, if you lived in Pitkin County, it wouldn't be 6 months rent. But you would get someone 6 months rent on average across the country. That's what those assets would turn into. I personally go a step further than that. When I worked at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless and I visited agencies and some of the clients, you did walk in and you saw people with nice stuff and you're like, wait, what's going on here? It's called rent to own. It's called the high cost of being poor. It's about everything that's in your house isn't yours. And as soon as you can't pay for it, it gets turned off, it gets repossessed. That's why Cricket is such a popular cell phone company, because when you can't pay for it, it just gets turned off. And then when you can pay for it again, it gets turned back on. And that's how poor people live. Poor people do not sign Verizon contracts for 2 years at a time. They can't afford it. But when you do have that little bit of extra money, you can have this cell phone. everyone was talking about, poor teenagers, especially in urban areas across the country, having all these fancy cell phones. Well, most of them don't work. It's a status symbol, just like it's a status symbol in Boulder County, just like it's a status symbol in some of the middle-class school districts in Denver. So there's a lot of that going on. It's very easy in this country. I call it false prosperity. It's very easy to look richer than you are because you can have the accoutrements that we all have that make us look middle class, but those things aren't yours. And so that was a significant piece that was missing in those studies. They are assuming ownership, which is not always the case, very rarely the case. And then the other thing that they're missing is so we do have some subsidized housing units, especially for homeless families, where cable is part of the package. And that's largely because there's no other entertainment factor, right? There's also no other babysitting factor, which is sad to say, but that's true. And so, and then for some people, that becomes an educational factor. There was another study that was done where you're looking at immigrant families who are learning how to speak English, and refugee families who are learning how to speak English by watching public television. So, and that's one of the reasons public television is so important across the country. So there are a lot of things going on, and I totally understand what your friend is saying. I have some friends that say the same thing, and then we have this conversation about what it really means to be poor, and then I introduce them to people who are poor, and then they can stop saying that. Oh, I know.
Cell phone number too. You cannot apply for a job without giving them a phone number.
Absolutely.
You have to have a cell phone number for this sort of thing.
You absolutely do. And again, whoever came up with the cricket idea was genius, because it works. And you'll see a lot of middle-class families doing it now too, because they can afford the long-term contracts. So then we look at, wow, what's happening here in terms of the change? And we monitor this because we really want to find out, how livable is Colorado, and where do people go, and what happens when counties become unlivable, economically unlivable. And so this is for over the last decade, a different family size, single adult with 2 children. And we threw that in there because we wanted to really get folks to focus in on that child care issue. So one of the children is school age, and you see child care is actually less. So here we are, and we're looking at this crazy little phenomena that's happening with Lake County. Lake County, over the last 10 years, the cost of making ends meet in Lake County has jumped to 71 to 81%. And the last time I was out here in Aspen was 3 years ago with the 2008 version, and everybody was telling me about how people were working in Pitkin and living in Garfield. So you could see this crazy housing spike that was happening in Garfield County, which you still see happening. So I just surmised, oh, well, they're doing the same thing in Lake County. But now I'm going to turn it over to my friend Kathy here, who said, no, that's not it.
Geographically, it doesn't work.
Tracy was discussing today, she said, well, people from Lake County are working in Pitkin County, so that's why that jumped. And I said, no. And then we said, pass is close. Right. But explain that truly people from Lake County, there's a large workforce in Lake County that works in Eagle County. And in fact, our Eagle County bus system actually has bus routes that go to Leadville to bring that workforce down. So, I mean, that is an impact there.
So I'm going to plead ignorance because I'm from Denver. And I really did appreciate this because when we were here before and we were talking about what was happening with Pitkin County's workforce, everyone was talking about expanding the bus service into Garfield County and getting buses to Glenwood Springs. And when I was driving in last night, I was coming in and I saw buses going out to Rifle, which I had heard had happened. Even Glenwood Springs had gotten too expensive, and now people are commuting in from Rifle. So I appreciate that Independence Pass is closed, and that this is really a conversation between Eagle and Lake. And it is those kinds of infrastructural policy level decisions and implementations that have to occur when folks start moving. Yet, on the other hand, you see what happens when folks start moving. When you look at what's going on, what had been going on, if we were looking at the 2008 report, we would see darker patches around Boulder County as well, because the same thing was happening. People were moving out. particularly out of the city of Boulder and into Broomfield County. So,
Just a friendly reminder, we have a very short half hour. So I know you have a rather lengthy presentation, so be aware, please.
let me, how many, so we have half hour left?
Yeah, about 25 of we should
Okay.
wrap it up.
Let me ask at this point if there were any, since you all have had time to look at this, I don't have to go through slide by slide, but were there any particular issues in looking at the presentation that you wanted more information on before I continue?
I'm going to apologize. I have been out of town, so I have not. The others are well prepared. But is there any chart or information that adds up these hypothetical supplements to income that may be available to people?
Actually, in the report itself, and you all have a
The
copy?
bigger one.
Excuse me, there is a chart that talks about the importance of wage supports, and we also, I will get you a copy of the Elder Index. We did the same chart in terms of the importance of income supports for elders. And so, let me just see, at the back, page 90 of this report, you are looking at the impact of work supports on wage adequacy. So it really does get to Mr. Ittner's point. That it's not that you have to have the 50,000, you have to get as close to that in any way you can as possible. And that includes employers getting together to subsidize child care for their employees, which I know is happening in Eagle County. So, so there, between pages 90 and 92 are different charts that Dr. Pierce put together to show that what happens when you start adding different supplements.
Thank you for that.
George.
Oh, I just wonder, maybe you could focus specifically on Pickett County, given the time left.
Okay, certainly. What we're looking at, and these are handouts that I did afterwards, so I will definitely get them to you. They're actually in this pile, and we can get them to you. So the slide, what costs are changing this? Dr. Pierce did Larimer County. We went back and we did Pitkin County, and you'll notice that for Pitkin County, this is Larimer, and what we have here, Kathy can hand these out, is Pitkin, and what we have is we have housing jumping up 39%, child care jumping up 36%, and something I'd really like to investigate more, especially given the conversation we had at lunch about elders, is that health care in Pitkin County has jumped up 121% since 2004. So we know that health care is going crazy and is out of control. Health care costs are out of control across the state. We are seeing health care costs skyrocket in counties where we have a significant number of folks doing the boomer thing like I am. And that feeds right into, we have a slide here, after what does it mean to retire. We're looking at long-term care costs. It's a few slides ahead. Long-term care costs for elders in Colorado can add another $43,000 or $44,000 a year. So when you look at that and you look at rising housing costs and you look at the deficit of affordable housing that we have for seniors and you look at how many of us are getting grayer, you can tell that there's something coming in Colorado that we have not prepared ourselves for on the policy level. And it is something that we need to address relatively soon. So like in the next 15 years or so, before I retire. So that's kind of what that looks like. This is a nice little future policy brief for us to look at CCLP and maybe at some of the other policy centers where we can say, is this healthcare cost related to something that's associated with elders in Pitkin? We don't know yet. But we do know that the healthcare costs in Pitkin County jumped a little bit more than we expected it to. So, another piece that we were looking at with regards to Pickens County is we started looking at earnings. And so there's another handout that we have for you that we sort of did at the last minute, this one, sorry, that looks at the wage gap and the professions. And so across the state, Dr. Pierce did a table that's in the book that you can refer to on page 18, and that looks at Larimer County, self-sufficiency for Larimer County, and the jobs that fit that level. What you're about to receive is that same table for Pickens County. So across the state, Dr. Pierce said that we were doing really well because as a state, Colorado had 6 occupations that moved families above self-sufficiency. In Pickens County, if we push it, we have 3 occupations. I'm just going to take a guess. Can anybody even guess at what they might be?
Healthcare, nursing, still
Nursing. That goes along with the skyrocketing cost of healthcare, yeah.
Government
Nope.
or management?
Management. So registered nurses in Pickens County can bring in a salary for their household that would put them at 102% of self-sufficiency. And general and operations managers can bring in a salary for Pickens County at 147% of self-sufficiency. The one that I was trying to squeeze in are business operations specialists, so that's like people like I used to be, little computer people, or people who had a specialty that no one else really could do, and they would get paid for that. We come in like 2% less. We come in at 98% of self-sufficiency. The reason that these figures are so important and why they're really important for Pickens County is because that's not where most people are working in Colorado. Most people in Colorado are working in the service industry. That's tourism, hospitality, retail, etc. Those folks are looking at 28 to 35% of self-sufficiency in Pickens County. So that's, 28 to 48% if you throw in customer service as well. So that's, less than half of what it takes to make ends meet. That's where folks are getting paid. And that's kind of problematic across the state. Our #1 occupation, lumped together, pays less than half than what it takes to make ends meet in many counties across the state. And so what we're looking for and what we're talking about in terms of policy is how do you either supplement folks who are in those fields so that they can make ends meet, and it's not about increasing wages and paying $20 for a hamburger, because the market will respond to you increasing wages. Or how do you create pathways for folks to move and gain the job skills that they need to move out of this position into other positions that might help them make a livable wage. So you'll notice that at the Capitol, that's a lot of what people are talking about. Jobs, 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 removing barriers to employment. How do we get people there? Increasing job skills, getting ready for the next economy. How do we do that? How do we get people to that level? You cannot be a waitress in most counties in Colorado and make ends meet.
But you still need to fulfill those jobs. Those jobs are not going to go away.
Right.
So even though you may be trying to enhance a person's skills and job level or expertise by moving them up, you still have this constant new entry into that same position with the same challenges.
Absolutely. I really agree with you, and I have 2 answers for that, and I hope one of them doesn't get us cut off TV. One of the answers is that as an economy, creating that pathway for people to think about mobility is really important, not just for them, but for the rest of us. We need to have that kind of economy. We need to shift. We can't survive as a service economy state. So that's one answer. The other answer is if you look at this, we base this on the self-sufficiency standard for 1 adult, 1 preschooler, and 1 school-age child. And then we matched it up against the counties. So given that, especially the wait person positions and some of the low-level retail positions used to be held by folks who were just getting started, and then they would move out of them. If we move back to that, we really need to tell, especially younger folks, hold off on the kids. So that's how it's going to get kicked off. Because as soon as you add a child into that figure, your cost factor grows like crazy. And so you might want to be further along in your economic job skills building arena before you think about raising a family. And those jobs that are always going to be there could be fulfilled by folks who are just getting started in the workforce, who are just learning what it means to go to work, and who are childless, because they can actually afford to do it. Okay, sorry.
Is that the one answer? Or two?
That was the second answer. Was that a little risque?
No.
You're Dayton County.
So two questions regarding that. One, that's the first thing that popped into my head, that your $50,000 number, and I know there are a lot of different numbers based on various standards, is for one adult, one preschooler.
Yeah.
And, we are a transient county. We're a county of 17,000 people. How does that, as a average, compare to our county? Because I would say I own a restaurant, too. So you're talking about waiters, most of my waiters, don't have kids. So their number is much less than $50,000 because of they're providing only for themselves for basic needs, and they're not having additional work or child care costs. And then the second question is, we have probably one of the most progressive employee housing programs in the state. And how does that account into this? I mean, we have, 3,600 people in our employee housing program, which is greatly subsidized employee housing in terms of cost of living and that sort of stuff. So 3,600 is, 20% of our county is in an employee housing program. It's a pretty big portion of our overall population here that's in some sort of subsidized housing.
And I am going to, my answer to that, I have a couple of answers, of course, because I can't stop talking. But my first answer to that is that's one of the reasons I like coming to Pitkin County, because Pitkin County has a number of policies in place that would certainly be great models for across the state, and employee housing and the way that you all handle child care are two of the policies, local policies that are in place that are great models. Regarding your wait staff, so if they're single, we're going back to that $27,000 figure. So I don't know how much you pay them or what kind of benefits
they make a lot more than that in Pitkin County.
There you go.
Specifically in Aspen.
Okay. So when you look at that, when you say, okay, a single person, it's $27,000, and then you think about what you're paying your wait staff, then you start talking to them about, if they're making more, you're like, oh, okay, so really we have to talk about that asset building, right? Because how long are folks wait staff in your restaurants? And even if they're professional and they make it a lifetime career, they need to start talking about savings. They need to start. So if your wait staff has made it past self-sufficiency, it's all about retirement. How are you going to retire? What does it take to retire in Pitkin County? Where do you want to live? Is this where you want to be? So that's, it's sort of that encouragement along the continuum of economic security. So that, and I congratulate you if they're making way more than that. So that's fantastic. I didn't look at what it would take, what the employee housing is paying. I did look at your figures on the options that low-wage workers have for buying, which I think are really cool, and we talked about that a little bit coming over here. But if the employee housing in Pitkin County is subsidized enough that it gets close to, I think for one person it's $1,000 a month, according to HUD. So if it gets close to that, then again, we have to commend you for what you're doing. So what HUD says is that it takes an adult single $1,093. okay, a month to live in Pickens County. So the closer the employee housing subsidy is to that figure, the better off you all are doing for your 20% of your folks. And I personally think that's a great thing.
Yeah, you mean,
Rachel,
you mean getting it down to $1,000 a month, or bringing it down from that $1,000 a month?
Going back to what Mr. Ittner said, bringing it from. So if we know that the target is $1,093, and you have someone that works for you, and you want to get them into subsidized housing, you look at their wages, what they're bringing in, and you try to subsidize. Let's say they can only pay $500. So is there a way for employee housing to subsidize the other $500?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we have done a lot with our program, and we try to continue, but even our most recent retreat, we saw a pretty big mismatch between the majority of the workforce wages and the majority of the units being up here. A lot of those numbers come from preservations of the mobile home parks like Lazy Glen and Aspen Village and Smuggler and Woody Creek and so on, and they're all resident occupied, beyond. And then even beyond that, I think the majority of our units are 4, 5, 6, 7s, some 3s, some 2s, and some 1s. But 2s and 1s are the ones, a top income on a 3 is $75,000 a year. So we're really pretty deficient on the housing units that go to those lower levels. And when the rates are set for the units in the category, say at a Trustcott or the bigger rental projects that the city owns, it's pretty well tagged to being around 32 to 35% of your income. So it's not subsidizing it down lower in order to help you with the rest of your expenses. It's, you can apply for this, 2-bedroom at Trustcott, it's $1,200 a month, or whatever it is, So it has been a good effort, but it's not as if the new buyers of Aspen Village, when they're buying the land as well as the mobile home, they're going to be buying a $360,000 place. They're not getting it for $189.
Right.
So we have a lot of mismatch in that.
And I think that's true. But if I think that if you're saying that you're doing your best to help folks get to 32%
Of their income.
of their income, that's fantastic, because across the state, we're still looking at people paying at 56% of their income to housing.
Yeah.
So there's definitely work to be done.
Yes.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have all the workers commuting back to Garfield County. But you're on the right track.
I mean, the cap is set such that people with a higher income cannot rent this unit. But people with way below can rent this unit, so they might very well be putting 50% of their income towards that rent. But someone up here can't get into a good deal, so to speak.
I got you. I got you.
But we are trying.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, that's a little bit different. And I do think, again, advocates like myself look to what's going on here, what's going on in Mesa County, what's going on in Boulder County, places where people are being really, really creative about how to tie the public programs together, getting really creative about engaging private entities, and really coming up with some nice solutions that don't sound like heavy burdens on the society as a whole or on the community as a whole, but really allows for us to continue to support the people who are supporting us. The idea of not having someone be able to serve you is kind of horrific for me, because I eat out a lot. But even more so, the idea that the person that's serving me is sick and uninsured and not able to take care of themselves is a problem. Right, I think that's when advocates look to counties that are making a difference, we like to think that that's what Pickens County is thinking, that the workforce that provides them the rest of the society with services is being thought of.
Yeah, well, as we delve into this and look at the various standards that we have worked from, and mostly the federal poverty level is the one that we're familiar with, and we know that is inadequate. But what this does, without understanding exact numbers, this just says that we all have come a long way in Pickens County, but we have so far to go. And then, of course, then looking at the state, challenges all over. Wages, when I think of, okay, so what is our role as a government? I don't think we're going to change the wage structure out there in the business world. We can lobby and educate employers, etc., but the bottom line rules, unfortunately. Then as our available resources, and we have a wonderful electorate here who, for example, in the last election, have provided about $1.9 million for our Healthy Community Fund, which goes to nonprofits and supports our community health program, and across the board. But the reality is, as well as we are doing, and as generous as the public is, we're still behind the 8 ball. We can't help enough people. So that means our decision making is based on available resources, and there's never enough resources. And again, and I repeat, in 1 minute's time, as well as we're doing, we still don't have the resources. So when you look at across the state, and us working with other commissioners and other counties throughout the state, boy, we are really lucky to be in the Intermountain West, as it were, with Eagle County and other degrees, but Eagle is very much like Pitkin. The real estate just only maybe has a little notch below, but a very little notch. My question from all of this is, what can we do from here? That's the big challenge, and that's an answer that I personally can't weigh in on with any original ideas. Just keep working at it is what it amounts to.
I think you can keep working at what you're doing, and I appreciate that you laid out the parameters, because that's incredibly accurate. And so, keep working at it the way you're working at it. I think also, in terms of policy, wherever you can weigh in, look for those barriers that are systemic, and ask that question: Does this really have to happen? Wait, why do people have to fall off this cliff at this salary wage? Can we extend it? How can we extend it? What does that look like? So look for the barriers. I mean, as well as creating opportunity, we have to remove those barriers. I think the other thing to look for is are policies that encourage folks to move forward. Those jobs are going to exist. They're always going to exist, but there's always going to be people coming in to fill them as well. How do we create that upward mobility for people? Where is that? That's all new. The other thing that we're looking at, because we're all stuck in this rut of what's coming next, is, and that's kind of what I'm leading to tonight, is that we're actually going to go to the people and ask them what they need. So there's a whole campaign across the state that you might hear about called Colorado 2019 Take Action, and it really is a campaign where we start to talk to folks about what's getting in their way. And if there are systems issues that are getting in their way and we can change those system issues, we'll do that. And then it'll be up to folks themselves to step on those pathways to better self-sufficiency.
And so I understand that there is a presentation tonight. Would you give us a little information, because not only in this room, but Grassroots
So
TV is, we have watchers out there.
So that it really is. It's a Take Action campaign. We launched it in Boulder with the launch of the self-sufficiency standard. We've been working with it in Denver, and then I've been talking to Mitzi about it, and so we're talking about it tonight and tomorrow. And what we're asking for is we're asking for folks to share their ideas, share their advocacy ideas, journal what they're doing. It's a big contest. It's a statewide contest, and in October of this year we will announce 2 or 3 grand prize winners. I think we have some decent prizes, and it's really to re-engage folks in coming up with solutions, because we are, particularly at the policy level, you have 7 folks on a committee sitting in a room trying to figure out what other people need, even though they don't have any communication with those people. And so we're trying to turn policy into informed policy. And so we have goodie bags that we're giving out tonight that I'm going to do pretty much the same kind of presentation that I did today. And I'm going to open up the floor and have folks throw out some ideas for what they think should change.
Good. Mitzi, where is this located?
This is going to be held at the Pekin County Library in the downstairs meeting room, 5:30, refreshments and goodie bags until 7. So everyone come on out to hear Tracy.
Thank you. I know we're short on time. The board, any other comment real quick? Question? Looks like we're in good shape. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And thank you for having
Connie
us.
and Tracy, and of course, Mitzi.
And I just want to mention that we brought Tracy out this week in part to celebrate Colorado Nonprofit Week. It is Colorado Nonprofit Week. So tomorrow she'll be addressing our Regional Health and Human Service Group in Eltville. And so we'll be having a good meeting from 9 to 12 tomorrow.
Thank you all.
The good news is that in DC, the sustainability level was 78,000, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come out the same week.
Appreciate your hard work and ethics.
Thank you.
Okay, one of the...
Can I leave this on?
Yeah.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Jack, I'd forgotten what a good, smooth job you do chairing a meeting. Very good.
You've had experience.
Do you all need to set up a little bit? Do we need a couple minutes? Let's take, honestly, a real short 5-minute break.
Okay.
Thank you, Jack. Welcome, everybody. We're back again from a short break. The BOCC Tuesday, March 13th work session. Our next item is an update on the Energy Smart Colorado program, as it is very much involved in Pickens County, Eagle, and Gunnison counties, and so we're going to have an update as to status of where we're at with the program. Cindy, would you like to introduce the team here?
Great. I'm just going to introduce Catherine Dart, who has pulled together this program for the last couple of years, and we're very sorry to be losing her soon. And she has brought with her staff that has worked on this program as well, and I'll let you go ahead and introduce their roles with the organization.
Sure. And this was Cindy Hooven, our
Community Development Director.
Yes, and I'm Catherine Dart. I'm the program manager for the Energy Smart program with CORE. My colleague here, this is Marty Treadway. He's our energy advisor with the program. And then back here we've got Tyler Ruggles, who also is an energy advisor with the program. So I wanted you guys to meet them, and then also have them here if you had other specific questions of them. But I'll go ahead and get started then. So
are we going to do a presentation right off the beginning, or any other comments? Because we'll turn the lights down.
Let's go ahead and do the presentation, and then we can do comments, questions. That works for you all. I was in here a couple weeks ago, and I wanted to give you an update on basically the results from 2011 from the program. So, as you all know, the program was launched in late 2010, but essentially for all purposes, pretty much 2011. And we just pulled together a final annual report on all the results from 2011 in mid-February. So I wanted to be able to come to you guys and give you all those numbers firsthand. Hopefully you all got a chance to take a look at it on the website, because it did not. It's about 45 pages long, and I didn't want you, obviously, to have to print out all of that in your packets. But there's some great visuals on the website and some really good pieces to it. So this presentation is basically going to be pretty much the highlights of the report, and then we can go on from there. So just to give everybody in the public a general background of the program, this is a Department of Energy funded program. It's for Gunnison, Pickens, and Eagle County residents. This is specifically for homeowners. We did have a commercial component that we worked on for the past year as well, but this program is really for property owners, renters, homeowners and renters. Our vision is to transform the local energy efficiency market and stimulate home energy improvements through access to information, capital, and skilled workforce. In your packet, I kind of outlined some of the reasons why energy efficiency is such a good thing for our economic development in this region. It promotes jobs for skilled workers. It helps homeowners realize savings on utility bills, and of course those sorts of things are what are essentially re-injected into our local economy instead of going elsewhere. So this was a big focus of the stimulus program, and something that was focused on by the administration and really all over the country in terms of getting contractors back to work and then saving money on utility bills. So our mission is to make home energy improvements simple and affordable. Simple and affordable being two keywords there. And then the goal is to demonstrate a 15% energy savings and at least 10% of existing housing stock through the 3-year grant period. And as I mentioned before, the 10% number is about 4,100 homes across the 3 counties. So in 2011, achievements, these are just numbers that I pulled out again from the report, but there were 1,239 participants that were enrolled. 455 of those came from Pickens County. 988 assessments completed. 382 from Pickens County. And then home energy improvements, that's essentially anyone that went from getting an energy assessment to doing an actual energy improvement project. So maybe new windows or a new boiler, insulation, air sealing, that sort of thing.
Rob,
Yeah.
that's...
Well, I don't know, Jack, if it's okay if we ask questions as we go along, because I think there was a lot when I read through this packet that needs explanation. You've got this kilowatt and therm hours, savings per annual. Can you talk about how that number is calculated? Is that an estimate on how much a hot water heater blanket does, or is it actually going to the electric bills and saying that it's less than last year because you are getting the information directly from participants' electric bills at this point?
Right. So those are estimates because these are 2011 numbers, and without having basically an entire year of utility bills.
So I guess the question is, it's an estimate.
It's an estimate.
But how are you creating a number of kilowatt hours saved per door insulator that you install?
Yes.
And so, okay.
In fact, Tyler could speak really in depth about that process because he does that for us. But yes, it's on a per measure basis. So for every measure that's installed, essentially there's an estimated kilowatt hour savings that's attached to that measure. So from a CFL light bulb to a water heater blanket to a new boiler is what we're talking about for the therms and the kilowatt hour savings.
So there's a value associated with each improvement.
Precisely.
Yeah, and some of them do vary. Like a programmable thermostat, for example, will save more energy in a larger house versus like a small 400 square foot apartment. So we do bring square footage into that to scale it for some of them. But obviously, if there's thermostats, it won't save as much. But we do factor that in and work with that the size of the house as well.
And I guess my next question, because reading through this, the thing that came to mind throughout this entire packet that we got was, how do we make concise, specific goals that we can look next year and say whether or not we've actually achieved them or we've had accurate assumptions, like those are assumptions based on obviously data from somewhere. So next year we should actually be able to test that, those assumptions, because we have the data of the actual kilowatt hours that are being reported on these electric bills. So we know on what months we've installed hot water heater blankets, how many months per square footage or months per house, and say, well, how many kilowatt hours did we actually save? And were our assumptions correct in making those? So that's a benchmark that I'd like to see next year when we do have 2 years of data in electric bills and therm bills and gas bills and that sort of stuff.
Do we have a process, though, that actually goes back to these residences that have been improved, where they report back utility bill? Is that part of the program?
So we have a utility bill sign-off, essentially. So when someone enrolls in our program, they essentially give us their utility account numbers, because we work very closely with Holy Cross Energy, Source Gas, City of Aspen, in this region. And essentially, anyone that enrolls signs off and says, you are allowed to have access to my utility bills from a year prior and 3 years after I've been enrolled in this program. So that's how that would be tracked. But specific to your question, that is one of the major goals of the program, is to get at this piece of, how accurate can the estimates be for this specific region? Because, of course, the numbers that we're using are specific to, Colorado. Well, there are national numbers mixed in with our climate numbers, but they're not specific to Pickens County, of course.
Yeah.
We're not taking into account every single little weather variation that we have.
Sure.
So that's a little bit of where we're trying to get with our data management system. So.
And that data will be more important in 5 years when you can do averages.
Correct. Yep.
Versus one weather year versus another. So.
Very correct.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I think, Rob, the one caveat I would add to that is these are aggregate numbers. So your monthly utility bill is not going to break down hot water, heat even, much less what the net effect of that blanket will be, for example.
Yeah.
So we are going to be,
Sure.
This is an aggregate data set, but we will be able to compare it and tweak our assumptions based on that. So.
So just the reason why I pulled out these numbers for you all is I just wanted to highlight the fact that the Pickens County program has done great, much to the success of these two guys right here. As far as participants enrolled, we represent 37% of the program. As far as assessments completed, we represent 39% of the program, and retrofits completed 35% of the program. So a little bit more than a third of the program, which is really where we're supposed to be. Although we are much smaller than Eagle County, so we think we're doing better than that. But we're proud of that.
And one last clarification on these. So the assessments also, if I remember correctly, include some, quote, basic fixes at that time.
Correct, yes.
And so the ones that moved forward to energy improvements are doing more significant upgrades like windows.
Yes.
But compact fluorescent bulbs, shower head replacements, maybe basic insulation around electric sockets, were those the type of things that could be done in an initial assessment?
Yep, that's correct. With the assessment, we do these things called quick fix upgrades, and that includes a programmable thermostat and CFL light bulbs, pipe wrap.
And so are you including those quick fix potential reductions, even though they'd be more minor, in the hours saved and the therm saved, or is that just going to the, larger improvements?
No, actually, those kilowatt hours saved and therm saved, those include the quick fix materials. Quick fix materials, actually, if you looked in your packet on one of the, let's see, I believe it's page 5. You'll see 2011 energy savings by type of installation.
Okay.
That top box is quick fix deemed savings, and that actually represents 24% of the total energy savings of the program. So that's been a big, it's not represented in that 474 number, but it is represented in those kilowatt savings. So it's a large chunk, and it's something that's really happening for all of those 988 people that have been through the program.
Thank you.
Or had assessments.
Thank you for that.
And really, people need to opt out of that. I mean, we basically come and say, we will do this for you free. So they have to decline that service if they don't want it.
Thank you.
So the economic benefits from 2011, between the 3 counties, 20 energy analysts have been employed through the program. They are not employees of the program, but we, of course, give them job leads and we pay out to them. And then over 90 contractors, separate contractors that have done work through the program on separate jobs. These 3 numbers, just to give you a little bit of clarification on those, the $258,000 is on what the program has spent on, again, those 988 energy assessments and direct installs as quick fix materials. The $776,000 number is on what homeowners have spent on home energy improvements. So those 474 homeowners that went through and went ahead and upgraded above what we had already done for direct installs. And then the $171,000 is what we are estimating in terms of has been saved on or will be saved on annually on energy. So it's essentially over $1 million has been invoiced in project costs through Energy Smart in our local economies. A lot of people say it's about a 2.5 to 3 recirculation rate in our local community. So that's about $3 million that's been in these 3 counties through this program. So that's another number we're particularly proud of.
That's good. Now, the spent on home energy improvements, that would be a net number of someone's total cost. That wouldn't include any rebates they might have gotten either federally or state or anything like that.
Yeah, that's total. Yeah, that's the total invoice cost.
So there may have been a little less out of pocket for those homeowners
Correct.
for those gains because of other incentive programs. And is the balance, was some of that the revolving loan fund, or was that kind of all cash out of people's pockets? That they were
That was all cash out of people's
so
pockets.
they were incentivized to make these improvements without even the loan fund being there.
Correct. So with our rebates that are in place right now, and then of course the local utility rebates
And others,
and others in core, that essentially stimulated that sort of dollars being spent. We did see several homeowners take up an on-bill financing program through Source Gas, which is essentially a program that allows you to replace your water heater or your boiler or furnace through Source Gas, and they'll provide financing. You can pay it back through your utility bill. But aside from that, pretty much everybody was paying that out of pocket.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
So I apologize, a quick clarification. So the $776,000 was spent by the 474 individuals?
That's correct, yes.
So if that number divided, that would give us an average expenditure.
That's $1,639 per project.
Average.
Average.
Great.
You saw many projects that capped its $1,000 because we had a 40% rebate this summer, but then many projects that were $15,000, $16,000. So, but the average, yes, is $1,600.
Good, thank you.
So a couple homeowner benefits. So these are a little bit more of the intangibles, but I did want to point these out. Safety. We've had several cases actually at this point where we've been able to find carbon monoxide problems through these home energy assessments. Go into a home, and the energy analyst does the testing and detects a leak. So also on that line is radon. So we provide radon kits through a state grant with the city of Aspen and Eagle County, Pickens County and Eagle County, and so we give out those radon kits and then point people in the right direction on how to mitigate those issues. Comfort, of course, several, in fact, probably one of the number one reasons why people call us is because of comfort issues. So maybe their house is drafty or it's unregulated in terms of temperature, or the floors are cold, whatever. Of course, investing in these sorts of projects is a big component in terms of increasing someone's comfort. Education, as you probably noticed in the first slide, 1,239 people have signed up for the program, but only 988 people did assessments. That being said, all of those people that have signed up for the program still get our e-blast, still are invited to our events. We've done several trainings. We do lots of trainings with the contractors. So it's generally about really pushing the electorate to be better educated about where they're using their energy and how they may be able to save energy in the future. And then, of course, energy savings, which computes to dollar savings on their utility bill.
I have a question on the radon. I know a number of individuals who have picked up those kits. Are they pretty I'll define it as explanatory, meaning pretty simple, you can't mess up when you take the test? It reads, no errors, or?
So we have our analysts trained on how to advise them basically on how to use it. A certain day of the week is recommended to actually open it and start the test. Certain day of the week you have to package it back up and mail it off. So they're coached on that but yes, they are pretty simple.
Yeah, good.
And then in the case that someone has high radon, we actually have an electric radon detector in the office that they can come in and test it again if they would want. Yes.
They can borrow that?
They can borrow that.
Yeah. And just verify double check.
Great. That's really important.
It's handy to,
The next step of, okay, I'm on the road of doing some mitigation. Let me just check my findings. So great for sharing that. Okay, keep going, please.
Workforce support. We've done, in 2011, we did 6 workforce trainings in Pickens County, very comprehensive ones. They were actually in Carbondale, but they were for Pickens County contractors as well as, of course, everyone in the valley. We have a full set of energy diagnostic equipment that's been purchased and is available for use by any of our energy analysts within Pickens County. The program hired a quality assurance manager in 2011. He's based actually out of Leadville, but will be coming over the pass quite often in the summer and is working really out of Eagle. And basically his job is to do really specific trainings and then also make sure that the assessments that are being completed in the field, going through those and basically spot checking them to make sure that things are in line there. And then, this is kind of strange, probably sounds weird, but we did get all of our analysts to buy iPads this year and are quite proud of this because, as you guys probably remember from the last time I was in here, everything has been on paper because we've had this kind of crazy data management system. So Marty and Tyler actually created a full online service and essentially digitized the assessment so that everything can be filled out on the iPad and then sent to the homeowner via email. And it really has reduced the time that these guys have to spend in the field, and it's also kind of created a more streamlined scenario for that, which has been great. And then the marketing campaign, achievements from 2011. A lot of these things, if you looked on the online report, there's several visuals that go along with this, but I didn't want to bombard you with all of that. But we've been really focused on the brand and trying to develop it as a kind of a trusted brand that that people can look at and say, we know that if we go to Energy Smart, then we will have all of these things come to us. So we did bus advertising. If you ride RAFTA, you've probably seen our ads. We did several different logos. We had a business program. We're working on multifamily. You can see these on the bottom. Multifamily projects, the schools. We did collateral like shirts, the one that Marty has on right now, trucker hats, mugs, event tent signs, all of the things. We've had a pretty aggressive rebate campaign in terms of advertising, newspaper and radio. In fact, we have an ad in the paper today, in the Aspen Times, and ads on KJAX and KSPN. And then we've been focused on events. So we have really tried to push things through the grassroots avenues that are so special to this community. Things like sitting at EcoFest or doing Our Day or hosting parties at homeowner association events, hosting green drinks a couple weeks ago at our office. Tonight we have an event with Randy Udall at the Wheeler, and basically pushing things through the existing avenues that are already out there. And that's probably been where we've gotten the most uptake as to be expected in a small community from events. So our 2012 goals, we really, in 2011, we really focused on a pretty aggressive rebate campaign and just general building of the brand. So working mostly with single-family homeowners, just any way that they would come at us. We had some great success in 2011 with working through multifamily projects. So I believe the last time I was in front of you, we had completed a few, but I'm not entirely sure where we were out there, but we did the Enclave up in Snowmass Village, and that's a 40-unit building that achieved some great energy savings there with just some basic air sealing, programmable thermostat, CFLs, kind of like our quick fix kit expanded slightly. We've also worked with the Chamonix and Timbers in Snowmass Village. Both of those multifamily projects are going to be moving forward in 2012. And then Alpine Grove out at the ABC, and Lone Pine right in the center of Aspen. We've been talking pretty extensively with the Aspen Ski Company, and we'll be working with them on some of their major multifamily projects. Also with Hunter Creek, and kind of a slew of others. In 2012, our goal in Pickens County is to complete energy retrofits in 400 homes. So that's actually doing energy upgrades. We have re-contracted with a new information data management system through a company out of Boulder called Snug Home. We had some major issues with the past company, PSD, and we broke our contract with them in October. And started over, essentially. But we're really excited with Snug, and we think it's going to be a great move for us in terms of really honing that down to all the data that we need to collect, not only for our own purposes and for reporting, but for giving homeowners accurate assumptions about where their energy savings are going to be. As you all heard a couple weeks ago when I was in front of you with the Memorandum of Understanding, we are developing that revolving loan fund right now. It's actually, the terms and everything's in a work session with Eagle County today. So that should be complete no later than April 30th because we have a deadline from the Department of Energy. And then really focus on this business development and contractor education programs for our local workforce. And with that, there's our contact information, and that's, I would open it up for questions.
Yeah, 1 second. Catherine, could you give us an update on exactly where the grant status is? We're in our second year right now, 12?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we have this year and one more year left?
We have until August of 2013.
August, okay.
We are a little bit more than 2 years, we're in our second year. But
yeah, and there might be a possibility to request an extension?
There will not be a possibility to request an extension because it is, there were stimulus funds And August 2013 was kind of the last date, I believe, from Congress to have all funds expended.
And so if they're not expended, the grant, the remainder is neutralized, goes away, end of program for this grant?
For this grant, that's correct. But I don't think we will have a problem spending all of the money. We have been, the one thing that has kept us not above our spending goals is the revolving loan fund. So that's the $1 million essentially that's sitting in Eagle County, right? Oh, actually, it's still sitting in the DOE, so we have to draw that down. That $1 million will be here for perpetuity, essentially. Even if it's not spent down, doesn't all go through the loan fund. That is ours to keep past 2030.
Okay, so there is a component that is in perpetuity, as you're saying.
That's correct. So the three pieces that are, a logical question would be like, well, this is great, but what's going to happen after 2013? So the revolving loan fund will be in existence until essentially we do very poor lending and we waste $1 million. So that will be always there for Pitkin County, Eagle County, and Gunnison County residents. With the idea that post-grant period, if we can attract other investment from other communities, it could grow to even a larger regional fund, which would be fantastic. So we will have that. The data management system that has been purchased through the Snug Home, that the contract was set up so that it will be without any additional funds until 2016, and then after that it's a very minimal kind of an annual fee, which I think is $10,000. So that's a legacy tool as well that, again, because it's been paid for up front through the grant, we will always have that. And it's something that our local utilities have been interested in learning how well it works and whether or not, Holy Cross may use it for customer management, how to run their rebate programs, things like that. And then the last piece is, and it seems, is really all this marketing collateral. So because the brand has been pushed so hard in the past 3 years, or the past year and a half, we own that. We don't have a typical contract with a marketer who actually owns that. They create the brand and then they own it. We set up all of our contracts so that is the ownership of the program, so that in the future we have been talking about kind of setting up almost like a regional entity that would own these three pieces, and then say a contractor could buy into it and use the marketing pieces or use the revolving loan fund or the data management system or something like that. Same thing with the utility pieces like that. So those are large chunks of the budget, which is it's great that those are going to be existing well after 2013.
Yeah, and that's really exciting that we know there's life to the program after the grant period ends, and we can continue collectively to work on this. Now, I saw actually several hands up at once, so let's go, George.
Catherine, answer my question.
Okay. Rob and Rachel?
Yeah, my question is, you talked about rebates a lot through this presentation. Can you give a little rundown on what's available for people for rebates, whether it be Colorado, federal, or through CORE, or through this program?
Sure.
Because I know a lot of the funding is dried up in 2011, so it's a little confusing.
Yeah, the Governor's Energy Office funds, but Source Gas has come back online with some really decent rebates on insulation and air sealing. Holy Cross has just recently revamped their entire We Care program. Starting, March 1st, they have a whole new program for LEDs and CFLs and fans and motors. They still have a custom program too, so that's really great. Xcel Energy has come back online too with their Excess is Out program. CORE has taken up a lot of slack on things like boilers and furnaces, where we really felt like there was not a lot of money available. These things are $10,000, and you can get $300 for it. So CORE stepped up with a kind of a match there, $300 to $500 on boilers versus up and down the valley, even outside of the Energy Smart territory. So as an example, you can get I don't know specifically, but probably around $1,000 still for a boiler replacement right now, which is a good chunk. And they're continuing their appliance rebate program too, and we're finding some synergies there between Energy Smart and CORE, and we're trying to streamline that rebate process just to make it simpler because I know there's a lot of confusion out there on how to go through the process, and that's what Tyler and I basically are there to help people with. But it is, kind of a big jungle to navigate. So it's part of what we try and help folks out with.
Are there credits on income tax, federal taxes anymore?
Not any new ones, no.
Those unfortunately expired at the end of 2011, so
hopefully
there still are income tax credits for renewable energy systems, so photovoltaics and solar thermal, but nothing on the energy efficiency side. And then from Energy Smart, we, again, as I said, we were pretty heavy with rebates in 2011 because we wanted to push this program. Those rebates are tapering off because, of course, money does not grow on trees and there's a limited amount of funds. We currently have a program that is basically about $1,000, up to $1,000 for a change out of all old heating equipment, so water heater and boiler furnace for new heating equipment, and or a 20% energy reduction for that $1,000. But that is running out in 2 weeks. So
yeah, that's been pretty attractive, and we really pushed it for safety issues as well. Trying to just alleviate some of these sealing the homes tighter and creating potential problems with atmospherically vented appliances. So we were like, hey, let's put $1,000 on the table for people to just get rid of all those old boilers and old water heaters and go with a sealed combustion unit. And so that there's been some uptake there. But yeah, it's hard for us to sustain that level of spending. So.
Yeah, if people are interested in more of the details on the rebates, aspencore.org has the majority of the details for the Valley. You can find links to Source Gas or Holy Cross. They even have a link to federal tax credits for 2011, as well as to the Energy Smart program. So if the rebates aren't listed out there, there's links to the source where you can find all the details. And there also are some commercial programs from Source Gas and Holy Cross for commercial entities as well.
So as far as this program, the Energy Smart program going forward, are you within the time of the program, August of 13, are you all, the team as it were, still planning to proceed with continuing to advertise and have events periodically, etc.? It seems like we haven't met our goal, the 10%, 4,100 collectively. So it seems like there could possibly be some further, reaching out, as it were. And it sounded like the events were some of the better things. So, within how that decision-making process is, and does that lie also with CORE itself, the organization, or is it only in the Energy Smart program that is moving forward or would move forward with those?
So Energy Smart is a program of CORE. So we're all CORE employees. Everything that we do is integrated in with what CORE is doing. So for example, the event tonight with Randy Udall at the Wheeler, and we will all be there with materials about this program to push that for CORE as well. As far as marketing, yes, you're absolutely correct. We do need to keep pushing as hard as possible. We set incredibly aggressive goals for ourselves. I think I told you guys the last time I was in here, we have the same goals as the city of Austin and the city of Nashville.
10% number, for example?
The 4,100. No one else in any of these programs has that high of a 10% number, a 20% energy reduction. Because there were arbitrary numbers that we made up when we were writing the grant, to be honest. And so the DOE does not, they want us to succeed at those goals, and we are, of course, pushing towards those goals, but if we don't reach them, all is not lost. We want to reach as many homeowners as possible, as effectively as possible. And actually, if we wanted to reach 4,100 homes, we could have taken the $4 million and split it up $1,000 each and just gotten people to do it, a retrofit. But that wouldn't be effective, We wouldn't get any education out there. We wouldn't have set up any sort of long-term workforce thing. So we're trying to balance these two pieces of this very aggressive numbers goal with the long-term goals of really supporting the local workforce and creating a very educated electorate. With that being said, we are, yes, doing a very aggressive marketing campaign this summer, and that's why we really are focused on working with these multifamily projects because, again, Hunter Creek is 200 and something units, and we can work with those without as much, extreme effort as working with 200 separate single-family homes.
Oh, absolutely.
So.
Rachel?
Yeah, because I know we're running close on time, but I wanted to come back to the comment period for PACE programs. And I was delighted to see you've had close to 90 contractors working on these programs so far. Are we reaching out to the individual private businesses to be making comments on the support of that program going forward?
We have reached out to all of them to make comments on that. We have not specifically been collecting those comments and sending them in, so I don't know how many have actually done it, but...
Yeah. And I'm just getting back to town, too, from being out of town for a while, so I don't know if we have it on one of our future agendas to read our comments as Picken County. But the big thrust for me is just not being Picken County, Gunnison, Eagle, core, 4 letters, City of Aspen 5. I think we need to just push as much as we can, whether it's bankers making loans to contractors or the contractors, and really kind of reiterate that almost with a daily blast that if you haven't gotten this out yet to those people, this is your deadline, and make it as easy as possible who and when to contact and key bullet points to put in your comment. But that's the type of thing to me that could keep this program going, and redouble what we were able to do 2-5 years from now, as opposed to the great work you've done so far.
Right. That's a very good point.
So one last question, it looks like. Have you, because you mentioned a number of complexes, and multifamily obviously is a really great way to hit home runs, meaning numbers, and increase everyone's collective efficiency for energy. But have you reached out specifically to APSHA and the Snowmass Village Housing Department? The reason why I say this or ask this is so much of our housing in Snowmass Village is older, therefore way less efficient. I live in some of it. As well as APSHA, we're fully aware that there's a need for efficiency, energy savings, etc. And even the city is talking about a pilot program, which we're all aware of too. So have you specifically asked, hey, any interest in doing 200 units? Because they manage, for example, APSHA manages the rentals.
Right.
The owners, of course, are individual, for sale units, and therefore have their own associations. But there's a huge amount of rentals within both of those organizations.
We have, we've been working with APSHA and sent them lots of information about the program. We've had some interest, but we are pretty focused on helping the city of Aspen work through their rental pilot project that they're doing with APSHA right now. And then depending on what happens with the home or occupied program that you guys heard about last week, we will of course be supportive in whatever way we can through that. And then from Snowmass's perspective, yes, I actually just followed up with the Snowmass Housing.
With Joe Coffey and...
yes. So Joe and I worked on a couple things earlier. I'm on the Town of Snowmass Environmental Advisory Board, so I've been trying to push them on moving some of these projects forward because the money, of course, is limited. So the earlier you get in on these major multifamily projects, the better chance you are going to have of getting that. So.
Well, it looks like we're done with our questioning and feedback, and appreciate your time, your expertise, and let's keep this program vital.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, board, we're due for a break. Do you want to take that 15 minutes? And so I think like 20 of, because everyone is, you're aware of the rest of the agenda, so we should be good. Get out on time or before, I hope.
Very good.
We always hope.
20 of?
Welcome again. We're back from our brief break. This is the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners Tuesday, March 13th work session. Our next item is under memos of interest, and because we have so many in our audience, I'm sure that first thing we should do is Manager's Office Internal Services Semi-Annual Update. Oops, no, I guess we'll do the election. The Elections Office remodel. Not much humor there, but come on up, whoever's going to present. Janice, I know it's your bailiwick back there. Introduce yourselves.
My name is Janice Ross Caudell, Pickens County Clerk and Recorder, and with me is Jack Wheeler, our
Facilities Project
Manager. And we've been fortunate to have Jack work with us on addressing a remodel within our office. I'm asking the board, or recommending the board to allocate funds for remodel in the county clerk's office so we can address security and transparency concerns, improve workflow efficiencies, and accommodate staffing operation needs to better address current federal and state law requirements. For the community, a little bit about the background is over the past 4 years we've been dealing with the economic turndown and cutting budget. And over the last 5 years, our office has been experiencing additional federal and state unfunded mandates. And with the present budget projections, I feel it's appropriate at this time to move forward with this project, which would better accommodate state and federal laws and requirements to, again, to address security and accommodate transparency concerns, centralize our workflow processes, and accommodate additional staff through our peak seasons. What I'd like to do, and I don't know if this is feasible, is give you a mini field trip right around the corner and show you what we're doing if you'd like to do so. Otherwise, I can explain, or Jack and I can try to explain what we're doing or answer any questions you may have.
And maybe I could add in just a little bit before you go on, because traditionally you would need to make new appropriations, but this is the first time that we've had an addition that would fall within our capital budget. And as you'll recall, we have recently made adjustments in the facilities area of our capital plan, specifically related to how we're doing the project management for the energy improvements for our facilities, as well as rescoping. And so there actually would not be a need for additional appropriations for the project, because we do have the appropriations already in our capital plan, but we would like approval from the board to do the project, because that was not in the original scope of project. So we could do this within our existing budget right now that the board has already appropriated.
Rob and Rachel.
Yeah, just to be clear, so what that means is this supplemental budget request really is not the ask today. You're asking for just approval to look at already budgeted money and what the scope of the project is and how we feel about the scope of the project. That's right. It would be, we've got the appropriations already within our existing budget, but it is a change in scope from what we presented to you when you approved the budget. So we just like your blessing to use our existing appropriations for the project.
Yeah. I was just going to weigh in on explaining it to us as opposed to the field trip because of grassroots TV cameras.
Sure. There's two main areas that I'm concerned with. One is security and transparency within our department, and the other one is efficiency and workflow processes. The transparency, there's a couple different things for the community watching in. It'll address security within our environment. What we'll be doing, and Jack, jump in if you can help me, is Dwight right now is basically working in an office that's as large as a closet, and what we'd like to do is take a wall up and enlarge that. It would be an open space. And we would set up additional computers as we bring in additional staff in during election seasons, every election season, to do data entry on the voter registration system to better accommodate a secure area for programming our elections, programming our voting equipment, designing ballot, etc. The other thing that we'll do, it will provide a processing station that is sealed and secure in a secure area versus conducting this in the vault or out in the research room, which is public area. A storage area that's secure and a processing area for processing mail ballots to mail out to customers. The other thing it will do is it will provide security with, as we, in any storage areas that we enter and exit, we have to log what time we're in there, who's in there, and access and exit. So this would provide secure lock systems that record our access in any storage areas. In addition, we'd like to put a window between the research room and the election room. So on election night, we can welcome the community into the research room to watch the uploading of the equipment. So it provides transparency with our election processes, but also a secure area so our employees who are uploading the equipment can focus on what they are doing, which eliminates risk and liability. And in addition, within our department, it eliminates the through traffic in the back area. It allows us to take operating systems that we do have in that back hall, put them in a secure area, and it eliminates through traffic, which provides more security in our administrative area. Helping with workflow efficiencies. Right now, when we bring in additional staff, we're putting them in the research room, we're putting them in an extra office, we're even putting them downstairs in the tin cup exercise room to accommodate. We've had people quit on us because of the environment we've had to force them to work in. So this environment will allow the election operation to be in one area and to work on phones and computers within that one area instead of dispersing people. In addition, as you know, we always use this room as well during elections. So it centralizes the operations so we aren't running downstairs or in and out to other areas within the organization. Those are some of the main points I want to bring up.
Or any, Rachel?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the project. When we listened to it, had the larger discussion about mail-in ballots. As I said then, it seems this department is somewhat under-resourced for the tasks it has to complete. And that's always not just personnel. Sometimes it's structure, layout, things like that. And if this helps improve that situation, then that's fine with me. The one question I have is, you know, we're, quote, taking a larger look at the internal use of space of the building. And how does that mesh in with this?
Rachel, that was one of the concerns that we had too, and unfortunately, I think this is one of the situations where we don't have any flexibility with the election timelines or requirements. We feel it's unlikely that there would be physical changes to the facility for the next few years anyway. We don't have those budgeted or planned right now, and so we feel that even if it's for a 3 to 5 year timeline, that these are appropriate changes to make. It would be better if we knew that they're going to last longer, but we did kind of evaluate it, understanding that if we do make changes, maybe these are only 3 to 5 year improvements. They may be longer than that. We don't know right now, but we still felt it was appropriate, even though it's a good chunk of change.
And I would feel less comfortable if it was coming in for a $150,000 remodel. It is a $30,000 remodel for this time period. So again, I am supportive.
We are going with an open floor plan too, so we know that if there, with new laws, et cetera, we can adjust as we go along.
Thank you. One last question. The entry to the clerk's office will still stay, but you'll just eliminate that wall between there and the White's office? Is that the wall that's being eliminated?
That is the wall that's being eliminated, and we're also moving the egress door to the corridor into the public research room as part of the project.
Oh, so the door is moving?
Yes.
Oh, got it. Because things didn't work for me because that door was a problem.
No, it will be through the public research room.
Okay, good. I'm sensing, even without confirmation other than Rachel, we should move forward. Seems like a necessary improvement. I would, you talk about efficiency and these type of things, and throughout the organization, we always talk about increased efficiency. I would hope somewhere along the line we get a report after this is done and after the election's over, how did it improve what you all were doing? Just to stay in contact with our investment, quote unquote, because Rachel's question was very pertinent, the bigger picture of this whole building and how does it work. Well, obviously we can't wait for elections, or else we'd already have the election over with and then we'd get from that. Okay, I think I don't sense any more questions. Thank you, and you have direction. Move forward. Okay, now in all seriousness, our next item is the Manager's Office Internal Services Semi-Annual Update. Thanks for your patience, everyone. But this one could be long, could be very, very short. I don't know. So whoever's going to run with the ball, come on up.
We have a number of folks here, and Danette, do you want to run with the ball?
Anybody else can come up?
I'm sorry, Danette.
You
want us to gather around and get close?
Yeah, get in a little closer.
Give her some of that Merle support.
You all have been seeing these semi-annual updates by section, and we have been formatting these pursuant to our new strategic plan. And I guess I'd ask if you have any questions, or if there's a lot of information. We could take a long time just going through each one of the departments that contributed to it, or we could take questions from you.
Sure. How do you want to do it? I sort of have several comments and some questions that sort of go through the entire.
Yeah, I prefer, because you can expect anytime you show up that we've done our homework. I prefer the question mode, if that's okay, and feedback, interaction. So why don't we start? Did you introduce yourself as the representative for the team at the moment?
I'll take that on. I'm Danette Logan, Director of Human Resources.
Good, thanks. You want to introduce everyone else since we're here?
And we've got Pat Bingham, Public Relations, our Director of Finance, John Redmond, and our Facilities Manager, Joey Smith.
Okay, good.
Susan
Murphy?
Susan Murphy, Executive Office Assistant. We also have from Finance, Connie Garofalo, our new Finance Director. Budget Director. Thank you. Amy in accounts purchasing, accounts payable. Put her on the spot. And Tom Logan, Treasury Department.
Thank you, just for recognizing everyone.
You're welcome. Good job. Thank you.
Okay, George, you want to lead off with some questions and comments?
First of all, I think it was really well done, so thank you all so much. It was very clear, it was concise, it was informative. It's just it's a quick way for me to sort of stay in touch with what's going on with so many different departments, so thank you for the job well done. I want to just congratulate Connie for is our new budget director. So congratulations. I've always felt that you've done some great presentations when it comes to budget time, and you always are able to answer my questions so that I understand what's going on with the budget. So thank you. I want to wish Kathy Mann happy retirement. She served our organization well for 21 years, so that's great for staff. One of my questions I have is in terms of training. You mentioned that you had 15 trainings this past year, and one of my questions is, do you have any idea in terms of how many employees took advantage of those trainings?
Good question. Organizational-wide, we had a mix of some City of Aspen employees in with us. Probably only 40 to 50 took advantage of the offerings.
Okay, well, hopefully we can expand on that next year, but it's given the opportunities, and my other comment, we're giving the opportunities to cost share and partner
with other organizations like the City of Aspen, not only are we saving dollars, but we're able to provide the same sort of foundation in terms of basic tenets of information we want to spread out throughout the entire community. So it's good to have those opportunities.
And if I could just build on, George, to what you're saying, we're going through a stepped process now of building our training calendar, but also working with human resources and section leaders to build a training matrix of required trainings, because there's, right now we don't necessarily have county-wide a required training curriculum. We think that is appropriate to put in place, and we've had some preliminary discussions. HR is working on what that matrix will look like. We'd anticipate that will increase our participation, as well as we're looking at partnerships with, whether it be Roaring Fork Leadership, City of Aspen, Snowmass Village, and how can we stretch our training dollars and provide a better product. So thank you for that.
The wellness program, I saw that we had a 9.2% increase in participation. Do we have, as a county, sort of a goal, short or long term, in terms of 80%, 100% participation in the wellness program?
Well, do you want me to take that, or do you want to? George, as far as participation, I don't know that we have set a percentage goal at this point.
Right.
However, what we're finding is that we really need to be able to connect the outcomes of the wellness program with the outcomes we're seeing and what we pay out in our health insurance and the wellness of our employees. And so what I think we've done a good job of is incentivizing folks to get a health risk assessment. What becomes less clear, and I think we've heard this a lot as I've gone around the organization and the manager chats, what's less clear is what's happening after that health risk assessment to help folks adjust behavior. It's been uneven in some groups. People have said it's been very helpful, but I'd say the majority of employees we've talked to informally said, well, we're not connecting the dots here. And so what we're doing now is just like your suggestion with training, is we're in discussions with other major self-insured employers in the Valley. We're talking about health plans and that sort of thing, but one of our first discussions is, do we have the opportunity to coordinate our wellness programs and to start to put some metrics and goals around them along those lines?
And that reaching out to our community partners focuses on the cultural component of our wellness program. So we're really looking, the focus now has been on the health risk component and providing that data for our employees. And next, the cultural piece is the piece, in my take on the managers' chats that are really missing. The HRA has been real impersonal to employees. It's a computer. There's not a person with whom to connect. So the partnership will develop that cultural component that our employees are asking for.
Sort of on the same line of thought, the Save a Life program, where we have locations of the AEDs, the library, the Human Services Department. Again, how many employees are being trained, and are there going to be other locations for the AED devices as well?
Yes. Chris Jukes, our risk management coordinator, is sourcing other locations and working closely with, pardon me, I don't recall his name, our trainer. But we've probably trained a half to three-quarters of our workforce now through management team meetings, safety committee meetings, et cetera, et cetera. So we're moving along.
And I'd just note for the public that might be listening, even if you're not trained on an AED, when you pull that device out, I believe they actually talk to you. The device actually talks to you and talks you through the use of it. So anyone that sees an event happening where you could use one of these defibrillators, do not be afraid to pull it out and follow the instructions, even if you haven't been trained on it. It's better if you're trained, obviously.
Yeah, I would suggest that perhaps the BOCC gets trained on that as well. I don't think you should leave us out of it.
We could do it on air, actually. That might be a good...
That'd be really neat. Bring Jim Richardson in, and part of the stigma about using an AED is I often compare it to seeing a fire hydrant and having a fire start and being afraid to use the fire hydrant. It's the same kind of tool, really. And actually probably a little easier than a fire hydrant because there's actually a voice that tells you exactly what to do, and it doesn't deliver a shock unless it's called for. So it's a pretty cool thing, and it would be fun to do, on TV with a full board. Yeah.
Only if you need
I was going to say, the meeting's enough to give me a heart attack sometimes. I just have to queue up a really good issue.
You use the half dummy for it. So you don't have to do it.
Well, I think that's a great idea, just to, another thing to put on your plate, Pat, but I think Pat Bingham's done a great job in terms of community outreach and recent community care awards and getting Granicus and streaming up. So I think we can continue to try to find new ways to reach out to the community in two ways, and also provide opportunities for comments and input back to the organization and to us. So thanks. The last thing I was going to mention was under the manager's office report, we've got 17 citizen boards in the county. I thought we had 60, but we must have created a new one somewhere.
The agricultural...
Well, the ag, yeah, 17 boards. We have 37 citizen board members who are actually up for renewal. And that's just a fraction of all the volunteers that serve on our board. So I just want to acknowledge and thank all the citizens of Pickens County that take the time to volunteer to help us and the organization, and in the end, help the community, because we really couldn't do that without all this help. So those are my comments.
Anyone else? Rachel?
Yeah, good for you to be up here front and center, Jeanette. This question's a little for you. But on page 4 of the report, you have a reconciliation of budget and finalization of expenditures should net an approximate $500,000 savings in the health insurance plan fund. That sounds like very good news. And so I want to compliment you on that and everyone else who's kind of put their efforts towards this. Now, is that the cost of the plan we buy, or is that in our self-insurance pool?
In our self-insurance pool.
Okay. And what is our target balance in the health insurance, self-insurance pool?
Our target balance for the upcoming year?
Yeah, it's not, it's going to vary. And so it's something that we'll determine at the beginning of each budget year, and there's going to be a few factors, 3 factors that are moving, which is why we can't give you the number. But one is we take into account what medical inflation is in our service area, and that's typically been in the low double digits, unfortunately. The other thing we look at is what our utilization trends are, and so we'll also be looking at our utilization going into this year. And so if we're trending higher in some areas, that may affect what balances we want to have in place going into the next year. And then the third factor is going to be what they call an incurred but not reported IBNR, which is, claims that we know are coming our way, but we haven't gotten the final reports or the final numbers, but we'd make an estimate of how much we need to have, because those, like for example, a 2011 plan year is still going to be getting paid out 6 months into 2012, so that's that IBNR piece. And so what we'd be looking at is what's happened with all of those trends. What that will tell us is what we think we need to set, what kind of reserves, what we need to have in the bank to pay for our anticipated health insurance claims, and also what our rates need to be to keep that healthy balance going into the future. Did I miss any?
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Well, that's a great new initial for me. Heard but not reported. So this is a fund that also then really touches on the wellness program, as we talked about with George earlier. So that's where you're trying to see how much we can eventually, although it may not be able to get down to brass tacks on it, correlate savings in the health of our employees and the amount of money we need to set aside in the self-insurance pool.
Correct, and one might say that the cultural component is a very strong component with reference to shaping or shifting behavior as it relates to health. The health risk assessment, it's said by the experts, statistically, that's not going to have necessarily a big change or return on investment. It's more of an awareness, and it's the cultural component, the one-on-ones with healthcare coaches, training, et cetera, that really make the long-term behavioral changes that may or may not. The return on the investment is very, very difficult to assess. Nonetheless, the cultural component speaks to our commitment to our employees' health and well-being.
Oh, sure.
And what that cultural component looks like to me is, it's one thing for me to get my health risk assessment and know that, okay, it'd be helpful if I lost 10 pounds. And to go to the computer and see, suggestions versus having somebody that, is a regular coach or what have you and says, well, John, I see you've maybe lost 1, but you got 9 more to go. That's the kind of, I think the cultural, the type of interaction that drives the behavior.
Well, and I think that's very generational. I mean, it's no secret that we have an older workforce in Pickens County, and I'm one of those members as time goes by. And you just don't interact with a computer the way that someone 25 does in terms of feeling like, oh, great, I just heard the voice of wisdom coming from my machine, so I'm going to move forward. And it's just a very, very different generational response, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question. But the rest of the report is great, and thanks everyone for their share in that from me.
Rob, you have any?
Well, my first comment is, just kudos to staff, and specifically with the new strategic plan and how this lays out in a new format. I mean, I think it's really goes to show that work on that strategic plan is paying tenfold with how it organizes our thought processes and be able to concisely look at areas of interest for the county and how it lays out. I particularly liked how there were a lot of comparisons, especially for me, being a first-year commissioner, or now in my second year, of previous years, and knowing that our benchmarks and goals going forward are, showing improvement. The one area that didn't lay that out that I was just curious about, which is the recruitment, selection, and retention. It basically just talks about 2011. Obviously, there have been some changes in the economy. Is a 14.2% turnover rate high? Low? Is 28 positions voluntarily leaving? Is that high or low? Is 16 unemployment claims for the number of employees that we have high, low? I don't know if there are any answers to that today, or...
I certainly would be happy to explore that and provide that data for you. I can tell you that a 14% turnover rate is probably average. I look at the reasons for the turnover probably as a better key indicator, and what that's showing, and we don't have the historical information. I'll share that with you in just a moment, but for 2011, when we took a snapshot of the organization on December 31st, it showed that the primary reasons voluntarily that people were leaving our employees is because of job advancement opportunities, either in the Valley or external. So we had a number of employees relocate out of the Roaring Fork Valley. In that would also be some retirements, so some, and then we had a number of involuntary separations. Now, why don't we have any information to compare? We could if we really dived into it, but right now one of the things, and you may see this in the report, that the Human Resources Department is taking on is enhancing our human resource information system to capture this data. So we have standardized our reasons, voluntary and involuntary, for separations. We're now capturing that data, and 2011 is the first year that we were able to generate reports from our system that are consistently reported as reasons for leaving. Yeah. And we'll track that now from 1 year to the next.
Yeah, I would add to the compliments on both the report and the ability of this organization to evolve with, new manager, new little reorganizations here and there, and I think we're just becoming stronger. The question I would always ask, of course, is when we say efficiency, what does that mean? And, I guess it's a very subjective thing. Moving on to hopeful additional improvements, on page 2 we talk under human resources about the medical expenses and dealing with, getting others in the community involved and lowering the cost. I mean, that is so critical for the organization and individuals that, no other words are necessary. For example, I finally had something more than a physical. I had a blood test the other day, and $230-something for a blood test. I mean, there's something it's consistent probably with national averages and valley-wide, but still, just doesn't seem right. That's only one minor example. John, how about a moment in time update? Where are we in that process?
Yeah, so...
recently, have we touched base and...
well, we participated in a meeting with human resource directors from 5 major self-insured employers, and the goal there was really to start talking about our data collection. The first step in all of this is to try and bring all of our data together so that we can cross-reference it with electronic medical records through the Quality Health Network. That always sounds easier than it really is to bring these multiple databases into one place, but we are working with Quality Health Network. We've become part of a grant that they have received called the Beacon Project. Thursday there is what's called a clinical integration committee meeting where the CEOs of these organizations, myself, get together with a group of doctors who are also working. We're trying to work to figure out what data we really need to bring to the table to answer what questions, and then to work on practice redesign, really. So, if we can identify those 5 or 6 areas that are really driving that, 70% of our costs, then we can bring the medical community to the table to try and figure out better ways to manage those up front, rather than letting them get to a point where we're spending a lot of money treating.
So both costs and actually the wellness, because they're incidentally linked.
Right, and so right now what we are hopeful of is that we can start to bring those databases together. Really the timeline would be this summer to bring that information together. I think it'll be next year, and you may recall in the budget we anticipated we probably wouldn't have a lot of changes done next year, so we budgeted for an increase in our health care costs, but we want to position ourselves this year so that we can start to do redesign of our health care plans next year in conjunction with our partners to try and start to drive down those costs. And so I think right now we're on track to do that. The preliminary discussions are always the ones where we've got to figure out all the differences and nuances between the organizations that are participating, and I'd say everyone's pretty well motivated at this point. The other thing we are going to be trying to do is bring in some educational components so that the CEOs and HR and benefits folks from all the organizations can kind of see what's possible in all of this.
Great, yeah, great work. On page 3, under Employee Benefits, Wellness, Work Life, there's it says here that there's been a total of $67,000 savings as a result of this new Compass advocacy, get that D in there, group. And what is that? I mean, do the actual employees, do they get involved in this, or is this more of a management level? I'm a little out of sorts here. I don't know what this is.
Well, as you said, Compass is a program that we introduced mid-year 2011. It is an employee or patient advocacy service. Basically, the employees are directly involved with this service and with a dedicated resource to assist them with things such as billing questions they may have, referrals to physicians, not only quality but cost. So employees are utilizing this program, and it is saving them money and it's saving the organization money. We're finding we have received numerous compliments from our employees on this service, and just the help in maneuvering, and managing their own healthcare experience, and ultimately the savings realized have been pretty generous for 3/4 of a year.
Yeah, so that's a real positive. This isn't, if you join, you're involved in the wellness program, you have that pro that you can access. This is different. This is more of an internal understanding the actual healthcare program that we offer.
It really, it's an assistance to employees. Again, maneuvering any healthcare system can be tricky when you're wanting to shop around. To have a person be able to do that shopping for you, to find the best quality, best care, and best cost, and then you can choose. The employee can choose at that point what they would like to do. So it's really tied to our health care plan, and efficiently and effectively maneuver through that plan for employees. It's just a dedicated resource to help them out.
And they provide services on the front end and back end. So, for example, I had that bike accident in September, and that resulted in a lot of physical therapy, and they can help me figure out, so I've got the bills and the insurance. They'll help figure that piece out on the back end. On the front end, if I have to, for example, go for, I probably have to go get my knee checked out a little bit more, they can help me find, if I have an MRI prescribed, for example, I can call them and then say, well, you can go these 4 places, they all have good quality, here's the one that's the least cost for you.
Good. Rachel?
I was just going to comment, I don't have used the program myself, but it's posted in every bathroom, in terms of how public awareness. Well, there's different messages at different times. It used to be something for and now it's for the...
And Jack, for blood tests, huge variation in cost to get a full battery of blood tests, because my husband just went through that, and from Aspen to Grand Junction, you'd be amazed at the variation in cost, and you can really save a lot of money by, you could contact somebody at Compass and they could lead you to the least expensive place to get whatever it is you need to get done.
And another challenge that you may have heard from Nan with Health and Human Services with the Medicare and Medicaid, but more prevalent is Medicare for us. What doctors are accepting that benefit in this valley, because it seems to shift so much.
Yeah, that's a huge benefit right there. Good. I thank you, everyone, for that. Page 5, we talked about under finance and budget, what we call the past building fund. Wasn't that more like $9 million? It says 5.5 here.
No, that's what it was.
Oh, that was? Okay.
I think it got as high as $6 million.
Oh, okay. good. I don't know how we're affording all these roads, but we're doing great stretching dollars then. Because that's the main component right there. I think one more, but let me just turn the page. Yeah, and this would be more since administrative staff from upstairs in here. John, on citizen boards and our interviews with Open Space and Trails and P&Z, on our agendas, we only have a few that are going to be renewed. Have we given them a deadline? Because soon their terms expire. Next month.
Yeah, did Susan sneak out? Is she back
Yeah,
there?
that's why I
Oh, darn it. We've been working to reschedule and make sure. We do know that April 24th right now, I think we're trying to bring those folks back. Now, some of those terms do expire before then, but the bylaws read that the same folks will continue on until a different appointment is made.
Okay, well, then that's not an issue as far as expiration, but sooner than later, we ought to just round up everyone and say, hey, just like a board meeting, make the BOCC meeting too. So, well, again, everyone, thank you. Fantastic job all around. Any other comments, board? Apparently not, so triple thank you. 4 times.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you.
Thanks,
Looks like our next item is the revised resolution regarding climate change policy and action. Hello, Cindy. Yes.
John's a little under the weather, so I'm here to represent this item. And I know you've had several work sessions on this in the past, and Ellen has tried to incorporate your comments, and in the background section of the memo she talks about specifically what she's incorporated as far as references to the scientific trend data that you asked for, and has also eliminated the reference to the climate action plan and inserted that with our own Pickens County energy plan that is also attached here. And she explains a little bit about what that would achieve. And then also wanted to let you know that she continues to work with Nathan from CORE to try to find the references that you would like for that trend data, and recommends that either you go ahead and schedule this for an adoption meeting, or if you'd like more information, we can try to bring that back to you before we bring it to the adoption phase. Or if you'd like to modify it in some other way and need more time, let us know. But having read through it, I think it's a pretty thorough resolution. I know George had some questions about timing, on whether or not we wanted to set time frames, to any of these action items or not. But I think that the energy plan, the Pickens County energy plan, is not quite that specific, but gives us direction. Go ahead and get that done. So I think that's what you guys had asked for. Is there anything else that I can try to address in Ellen's absence?
Well, let me start out by asking who is the audience? Where is this going to?
Well, I think initially the board, was hopeful that we could help set an example, not only locally but regionally and even nationally or internationally, because this is such a worldwide issue, obviously, and this is doing our part, to help. And it also gives us direction as a staff in terms of going back to the strategic plan. Obviously, the natural and built environment are high on your list of issues, and this helps give us as staff direction on where we can help work on some of those items.
Yeah, was this going to President Obama or something? I mean, I heard several things. I wasn't here the first time this was talked about.
I think that there was discussion about a letter that was going to Obama. This discussion actually started well before that, and I think the county had adopted a climate change resolution. I want to say it's 5 years ago.
2008.
2008. So this was an update, and I think the target was both to make a general policy statement for public consumption about the county's position regarding climate change, as well as to give internal direction, which this document does. We've refocused our efforts on the energy plan and such that Dylan had completed before he departed.
Yeah. Any comments here? George?
Yeah, I think Ellen's not here, but as usual, she did some great work on this. And again, when I first presented this idea, my concept was not only that we would use this internally, but we could use this as a model for other communities to follow as well. And I want to thank Rob for finding the 2008 work that the BOCC had done, because that is really integral as part of this overall policy and strategic plan. So it sort of brings this back to the surface, and because this was one of our strategic, part of our strategic plan in terms of the overall environmental aspect of it. So I thought that was really good. I would like to see this move ahead quicker versus sooner versus later, and we could always, any sort of further documentation that we need, we can then incorporate it on. But I've been trying to push this on since this past summer, and so I think it's time to move this forward unless there's any specific changes we need in the document itself. But I thought the resolution addresses all of our concerns, focuses on local, gives a lot of background why. We can document that as that information comes in. And we've got the 2008 plan as an addendum. So I think it's great.
Yeah, I'm happy with the document. As you said, Ellen has done great work. And, maybe it's good to periodically check in and update it again 4 years from now or something. But I also can really see it as something that our rep to the Chamber of Commerce, Michael Alsey, can take forward, in their ongoing discussions about whether they should be members of the U.S. Chamber or not, and send it in to say, look, these are some of our constituent members, and this is what we think in our community. So I think it'll find a multitude of uses, and I'm willing to listen to other further language changes here or at the table when we get to the actual public hearings on passing it or the actual action at the formal meeting. So,
just in terms of process, this would just come forth to us as a resolution, so we wouldn't really need a public hearing on this?
That's correct.
Yeah.
We would just adopt it?
Yeah. I'm good with moving it forward. I mean, I'm going to raise what I had raised before, which to me is not a big issue, and you had said, getting the information out with Nathan about various things, and I'm not disputing any of this for the record, despite what the paper might put in. But, I looked up a couple of these in Section 3, and there were, there's disputing scientific information, and they all lead towards the fact that climate control, in my opinion, is reality. But, 9 out of the 10 hottest years, the EPA had one report that said 7 out of, and another report that said, depending on how you're judging that number, and to me, I'd rather just have things say, the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners recognize that climate control is a human reality, and it's,
climate change.
Climate change you start throwing these facts in there, and to me, it ignores what Maggie Fox, is pushing, which is just saying it's a reality, and then getting on to the action plans. Now, I do like the economic piece in Section 7. I think
those are set out as a little bit more broader, such as forest change, well, pine beetle and sudden aspen decline. I mean, those are kind of undisputed generalities as opposed to 10,000 pine trees have fallen because of pine beetles. Well, when you start putting numbers in, you need to footnote, and that's just my opinion. I'm fine to move ahead with it if that's the board's prerogative, but to me, I think it diminishes the fight that we're trying to fight by just stating that climate control is a reality. But I see some eyes nodding.
I agree with your points. I had thought that we had requests that we try to annotate those as an appendix as to what was being cited. So
someone came from somewhere.
Someone can say, I have a different report that says something different, but we should at least say which report we're citing it from.
Exactly.
And that's what we've been trying to get with Nathan on some of this, but...
as opposed to saying, you guys made it up, because we're not referencing a source.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't write a high school paper like this. I'd have footnotes on it.
Well, but I think that's our intent, to have the footnote, the source noted, and it's not present because of continuing dialogue, I guess, with Nathan, which needs to continue at an accelerated rate because he's also continuing on. So
if for some reason we can't find the footnotes, which I think we can with, just narrowing down the information with Nathan, but if we can't, is it your direction that we broaden the statement, or how shall we go with that if that's not available? Because I know you want to get this done.
My feeling is that people who would like to attack your facts are going to attack them one way or the other. So you can annotate them, and they may say, well, I have a competing study. If you leave them too broad, then you may be walking into the exact trap Rob is describing of people saying, what do you mean sea ice is melting at a faster rate? How did you come up with that? And so I think we should probably stick to ones that we can find, some source to have accredited to.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rob.
Just to me, it's, and I'm not disputing any of these. I just like to know where they came from, and I'd like to tell people that we're telling the world that this is where they came from. Climate control aside, things work by, you see something on TV and all of a sudden it's a reality. And I'm not saying that these aren't reality, I'm just saying I'd like to know the report that they were in.
And I think we can find them, and we'll do our best to get that in front of you guys.
But if we cannot, for example, or you end up with 2 or 3, I feel that we could take this and sum it up in a broad statement and make the same point. Somewhat like maybe Rob is saying, but we can research this to death and we can get at least 3 opinions or more on everything. So if we're interested in moving forward, we ought to just set staff, do the best you can within a reasonable, and I think reasonable by what I'm hearing is short period of time, and let's make a general statement here and we can move on, because it'll be the end of the year before we get this done, if not. Now, I do have one clarification on page 2, number 8. It talks about recognizing the severity of impacts, and then it says the following local citizens. And I have to say, as far as local citizens, the list A through K, there are no local citizens, though we know people make up organizations. So
it says citizens, businesses, organizations, and agencies. So you're just
citizens.
Taking out the citizens. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I'd say just take. I guess it's local, but I don't know. I just had I was wondering, well, are we trying to point to specific citizens or the greater body? And now I think it is obviously the greater body of citizens. But I'm not sure if I like the local in there. It just doesn't read well. And then on page 4, item 8, it says further develop an employee education program. John, would you be able to say that within the organization we have an an employee education program relative to climate change, or, you know, how does that statement play?
Yeah, I have to say, Jack, I think since Dylan's position has gone away, I don't know that I'd say we have a structured internal. I do think, though, that it's part of our value system, and I do think that we talk about it in terms of the specific areas. So, for example, how do we promote fuel savings with our fleet? How do we promote energy savings within our facilities? How do we provide opportunities for recycling and such in the community? And so in that regard, I do think that we have a cultural element that is pretty well structured and a pretty strong value system throughout the organization, but I couldn't point you right now that we've got a program that's dedicated to that.
Right, and so we could just maybe minorly adjust that, further develop or further enhance our employee education. Wait, I apologize, I need to go back to the first statement. Yeah, leader on climate energy issues. So we just need to clarify that, because I don't know, and you want to talk about facts, if we have a specific program.
Well, I think, though, on that, we might point to what we're doing with our land use codes, REMP.
And the action plan? So would that be part of a program? Yeah. So, well, I could...
Further employee participation.
With that explanation, I could gather it all in and sum it up like this.
I think we could justify ourselves as a very progressive organization.
I tend to agree. George, any further comments?
No, good.
Rob? Rachel?
Just back to your number 8 on page 2, I could see wording it something that recognizing the severity of impact, recognizing global warming pollution, and the benefits of positive action. I think we should mention the citizens in a way and say many of our citizens and the following businesses, organizations, and agencies, so that we can say, you know, just rearrange it there. So after the word action, say, comma, many of our citizens and the following businesses, organizations, and agencies. So, because a lot of people are taking individual action, and I think it's worth doing that, to include them. But I agree with Jack about dropping the word local. This is Pitkin County's resolution. When we say our citizens, we're including everyone, whether they visit here or own here year-round, something like that.
So do we, with the clarification, of course, on the source, do we want to move this forward to the resolution stage, Board?
Yes.
Okay. Staff, I think you have a
Thank you. All right, we got it.
So Ellen's 3 questions, there's a direction with it.
Got it. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Cindy.
Thanks very much.
Hope Ellen feels better.
Thanks, I'll let her know. She's probably watching.
I have to take a moment, though he has departed, and compliment Dylan on his work on this energy action plan. When I remembered we had something somewhere, I just couldn't put my hand on it. And obviously, Rob, the iPad access, huh? Aren't they nice tools? But yeah, let's go on here. Let me see where our next item is.
We're on future agendas.
Is that the very last one? Yeah. Okay, future agendas. John, you want to?
Yeah, a few things to bring to your attention. March 20th, we did extend the prep for the OTC meeting to an hour. We'd originally had a half an hour scheduled, but I think that's going to be a pretty involved discussion, unless George or Rob, you think otherwise?
No.
Okay. Also, on April 3rd, right now, we did have a cancellation at 1 o'clock. We may just start the meeting later at this point. We haven't identified something. Commissioner Owsley's out that day also. So,
this is just me, but if we could end an hour earlier as opposed to start the meeting an hour later, that would be my preference.
we could sandwich either way. It's really easy to do that.
I'm sorry, what day are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I'm on April 3rd.
Oh, I'm not here.
Okay.
I'll be honest.
That's right, we actually had two of them.
Thinking about shit.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Well, go ahead. And that may even be shorter that day, too. And then just to draw your attention, last time we had talked about putting together some workshops on housing and also special events. We were able to fit the housing in on a Tuesday, a regular Tuesday in the morning. We had some cancellations, so we have that at 9. We do right now...
What date was that, John?
Sorry, that's April 17th, Jack.
Yeah. Oh,
At
okay.
9 o'clock.
That's what I'm looking at.
And then Thursday, April 19th, we have 1 to 5 for special events. Now, Rachel pointed out that you two are going to be driving over to CCI that night. We had originally talked about 3 hours. We extended it to 4 hours to be safe as possible. That ends early. Or did you guys want to...
Maybe we can flip-flop it in the morning versus the afternoon?
Well, I think making it earlier in the day would be another way to go with that, but I just was pointing out that Jack and I have to drive down to Denver that night for CCI the next morning.
Yeah, I think the comment was we didn't want to have it in the middle of the day that shoots the whole day, so either in the morning or the afternoon.
Yeah,
So
that
morning-
totally makes sense to me. So,
And I'm always the one that says, well, how early,
yeah, no, I mean 10
my
o'clock.
world. So would we do a working lunch somehow there?
Well, if we do that 10, that kind of puts it in the middle of the day that the board originally was trying to avoid. So.
Right, and so that's why I'm asking this. Does that mean 4 hours? It means start at 8?
I would say 9.
I hope not.
9 would be reasonable.
You can go 9 to 1.
Yeah, working lunch.
And
9 is
working
9.
lunch.
I don't know if it's reasonable, but obviously whatever the board's at. But I think earlier Rachel is absolutely right. We're starting at 1 in
Just doesn't
this
work.
plan. And that's the only item that day, so.
Well, we compromise at 9:30 and do as much as we can by there, but I can do 9. I mean, I just know
Would 12 to 4 help you guys?
it's still a good 4-hour drive. And April, we don't know what type of weather we're going to have. It could be a snowy night,
Yeah, no, let's start at 9, and hopefully we're done still in 3 hours. I can't imagine needing 4 hours, but guess what?
You never know.
As soon as I say that, we know we're on 4 hours, and
So 9 to 1, working lunch. That's what we'll set aside.
That's really all at this point I wanted to point out to you guys.
anyone else, future agenda items, both personal or this, in front of us? Yeah, we do have the abatement hearings.
Yeah.
So we'll have stuff obviously in our box by Friday coming up, because that is Monday, March 19th, and it look like all of us are due to be here. John, is there any way that we could start the EOTC meeting an hour earlier? It just seems crazy to go to 7 p.m.
That's a rapid board meeting.
Okay.
That day.
Oh,
So a
same.
lot of people will be down rapid until 12:30 in
No.
Carbondale.
Withdraw the question.
I'm sure it's going to be a short EOTC meeting anyway.
I just hope it doesn't go beyond 7.
Okay.
Any other future agenda items?
I just know, you didn't really mention the 1 o'clock time slot on the 20th. It's wide open, and we've got a working lunch with the airport master plan.
Oh, we are working on that now. That one just opened up, and so we're looking at that schedule. Susan's looking at that.
Is that April 20th or March 20th?
No, March 20th.
March 20th. Next week. You talked about the EOTC prep time, but you didn't talk about that 1 o'clock slot.
John, is it expected that the update on the master plan, whatever is proposed, is 1 hour?
You always ask more.
No, it'd be, so right now it's scheduled 11 till 1.
Oh, so
yeah, there'd be a working lunch. We need to, they were making changes on this one. It looks like we got the version that was mid-change in your packet, so sorry about that.
Any further future agenda items here? Okay, let's go to open discussion. John, I apologize.
No. And actually, this is the mix between the two. I'm just anticipating that in one of our very soon MOIs, we're going to have a sample letter from our board on PACE, the property assessed that we're for the public comments, because that public comment period is drawing to an end.
Yeah, and Ellen was working on that.
Okay,
yeah.
So good, that's all. Make sure it's coming up.
Okay, John, we'll go to open discussion.
Yeah, a few items for you. First, we have a couple of requests for letters. One is RAFTA is actually applying for a Tiger grant from the Federal Transportation Administration for the underpass project, the AABC. They've asked us for a letter of support. They had originally approached the airport, but Jim and I both felt that it would be better to draft a letter from the board supporting that application, particularly since it's grant dollars that will help moving one of the EOTC and one of our projects forward. And I believe it's for a $2 million on the Tiger grant that they're looking for.
There was some discussion on Tiger grants when I was back in D.C., and probably about 3 main points. One is that Colorado ranks 47th out of the 50 states for actually receiving those grants so far, and we made our Colorado delegation aware that we're pretty low on that totem pole. We'd like to see what we can do to get up there. The second is there was this expression that the Federal Department of Transportation, Ray LaHood spoke to the group and said that they like Tiger grants. They like things because they're very direct to a community that shows a community partnership as opposed to going to a state DOT and then being spread around and dispersed. So they like being able to do that and continuing to do that sort of programs, getting a lot of response. I don't think it'd be appropriate to say it's in lieu of earmarks, but now that there are no earmarks for specific programs, that this is a way that people can reach to the federal transportation programs without going through the earmarking process. So there seem to be more of those coming up. And the third thing was that we heard Douglas County talking about their Tiger grant, Arapahoe County talking about their Tiger grant request, and they were specifically asking that the state senators or Congress people actually sit in on the hearing when it's being heard to show their support of the state, or to, if you could call Ray LaHood, tell them that El Paso County really wants this one or something like that. I have no idea what the protocol is, what's appropriate or not, but if we could let our delegations know when those hearings are coming up and ask for any further assistance in that, sounds like it'd be a helpful path.
I do not have their timelines in front of me. I'm under the impression that they're working on a pretty short timeline. We're not prepared with proposed language. They had put together a letter, but some of the facts around the airport weren't quite right. And so would the board support us putting together a letter and authorizing the chair to sign support for the timeline?
I have a question about this. Why is RAFTA applying for the underpass?
It's part of their BRT program. That's where the station's going to be located, so it's going to really connect
safe access
from one side of the highway to the other. So I think it's great that they're applying for it.
And as a multi-jurisdictional agency, I
thought it comes out of the TPR and it rose to the level because of other projects, whatever, so I didn't know it would be RAFTA versus counties.
I don't think it's versus.
Yeah. I think RAFT is going to be a stronger organization, actually submit this grant to the FTA, both with their experience writing those grants and putting them together, as well as representing the multiple jurisdictions, than it would be if we put it together on behalf of the, for example, the Regional Planning Committee. Because I don't think they have staff at the Regional Planning Committee that's writing these grants anyway.
It's our individual staff, whoever's chair, that's who gets to do.
RAFT has had some good success along those lines. And we've appreciated their partnership on it, all the way from planning to now helping fund.
Yeah, so that would be Michael to sign that.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive.
You know, you always apply for grants. I'm not supportive of the project, but so I hope it's Michael that signs it.
Michael asked me to bring to your attention, there's a House Bill 121136, and the purpose of that bill is to prohibit state or local governments from operating a truck stop, fueling station, or convenience store, or contracting with a private business to operate such enterprise on public lands, including near public lands. And what
I think it's
really
been PI.
Oh, it has been?
We took that up.
We took that up. I think it's been
Okay.
PI. I'd have to double check. Postponed indefinitely. Killed.
Okay, and he was asking if we would write a letter. You know, I don't think he knew the status, but basically, for those of you who weren't familiar with it, it is basically aimed at targeting the private-public partnerships for natural gas fueling stations and infrastructure development, which would impact part of what RAFT is trying to do right now in Glenwood Springs.
And I think we were going to be opposed anyway if it
I think
wasn't.
CCI is opposed on the local control issues.
If it's been postponed indefinitely, we probably don't need to weigh in. If it hasn't, would the board be supportive of weighing in on that then? And we can, okay.
Yeah,
That's
and you guys
fine.
can
We'll take a
just
look at it.
double check, because I've looked at things really briefly on the road, but I'm pretty sure I saw it was PI.
Okay.
It's House bill, right?
Yeah.
It's a House bill.
Yeah. Okay, good. I did not have that update. So that's it's House Bill 121136. Good.
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, maybe they were just continuing to oppose, but
Okay. Well, we'll check into that, and if not, we'll develop a letter for signature.
okay.
Only other update to give you right now, since we just did a pretty thorough one, is we did interview the last candidate for the assistant director position at the airport, and we're going to be getting together this week to make a decision, and we'll let you know.
Okay. Open discussion, board members. George.
Back to CCI, I know, Jack, you had forwarded.
I'm going to give you an update.
And this is for Senator Swartz has a bill that she's sponsoring regarding broadband, and she, when I spoke to her last, she felt it would pass easily through the Senate, but she was concerned about the House and wasn't sure where CCI was in terms of support and trying to get some help on that to push that through the House. So Jack,
Yeah, I'll take this opportunity to update us. I followed through, after you and I even talked to Gail that night, with Andy Carson from CCI. He's one of our lobbyists for a particular steering committee, which is transportation and technology. Multiple things going on with the bill. Right now it's hung up, and the feeling is, the Senate it should pass out of committee on a kind of party, almost a party line, even though there was one Republican that supported it. What's hanging it up now is, in order for Gail to get it out of committee, she had to do some wheeling and dealing, and there's some technical aspects about, and I think it's about capacity, in and out. I'm not really that technologically knowledgeable, but this is stuck with the lobbyists because they don't know how to deal with the technical aspects per se. And number two, the people, the corporations, AT&T and CenturyLink in particular, are saying, hey, we don't need this bill. We can tell you right off where, there are gaps in service. Well, we can infer that pretty well also, the rural areas, etc. But it's pretty, that's a pretty self-serving corporate position, and it's pretty obvious that we do need a map where different collaborators, counties with i.e. what this means is the private and public sector can actually understand exactly where the gaps are, because this is not going to be resolved overnight. It's going to be small step, cooperative steps, and in different locales, and that's why we need the map. But we're getting all this pushback from the big corporations, as it were. Another thing that they are saying, and there are those within the state legislature that are taking this stuff serious. Oh, well, we don't need this. We don't need to spend the money, because the next step after mapping is implementation. Right. Is people can access broadband via satellite. But my understanding is that it's not reliable at all. And, in the ground, hardwire, as it were, fiber optics is really the way that this service is going to be reliable. And so there's a pushback by the industry, the two current big players in Colorado, as well as this, it's kind of stuck on this technical aspect. So the bottom line from CCI's perspective and Gail's question is we have supported it. And I asked specifically, what are we, CCI, doing to support her bill? And they've been, somewhat on the sidelines. And so when we get to CCI this week, on Friday, I told Andy that be prepared to have an answer. I want to know exactly where we're going to go now with this, because it's part of our and many counties, part of the economic development thing and the governor's whole move towards the economy. Rachel?
But it strikes me that one of the real talking points on this would be that we need to have something that's in a form that can be handed to the feds and used to apply for grants with the feds for these hard-to-serve customers and these sort of things. It can't just be, well, the industry knows where there's holes. We as the state have to be able to present our package to say this is where there are holes. But there was a lot of investment money that came out of the first stimulus bill, and there's regular kind of grants that go forward. And, to be able to compete, successsuccessfully for whatever is out there to help with this economic redevelopment, I think that the mapping is going to be it, because otherwise you're scrambling at the last minute to put together some sort of detailed map that may not have any detail to it. And so I want to offer our full support, and if we have any other resources in terms of talking points for Andy and those guys, we'll have to come up with it. But there's so many rural counties that they all feel very strongly about this.
And that's though an additional, very positive one, because we can focus, what makes it all work, dollars. Yeah. So that I've made a note of that. And here's something, George, you forwarded this, so this was from Gail. And I think the piece that there's questions about, and I don't know why, it says, per the committee report, the definition of broadband access and the speed requirements of the map are established at 4 megabytes download and 1 megabyte upload. And why the technical guys couldn't get past that, I don't know. But
I also am not sure on this, but I've just heard Lynn Padgett from Ouray County speaking about it quite a bit, where she has said that, and again, if I have it right, that the standard is too low for a lot of communities, because if it's one trunk line of 4 coming in, and then everybody's jumping onto that, it becomes very quickly overloaded. So are you talking about for that capacity goes into one business, into one neighborhood, or to an entire county? Is it really, because they can say, oh, you guys have broadband, and they're like, yeah, but you can't get on the system when too many people are on it at once.
That sounds like it'd be at the desktop. Not going into a facility. Those upload and download speeds are probably at the desktop. And so,
and how much of a main line do you need for everyone to maintain that level?
Right. And one of the things I know we've been struggling with as we've been figuring out how to move forward is not just anticipating or understanding what broadband is today, but if you're going to build infrastructure, what else is going to be coming over there? Are people going to be getting what additional content, television content, e-learning content, those sorts of things, and does that change that desktop upload and download? And so that's a difficult one to pin down. We just don't internally, I think, have the expertise, would you say? And Phyllis, you're it. So
we'll have our meeting on Thursday and Friday, and this item is on Friday, the last subcommittee meeting, so I'll have time to talk to Andy and see if we can even get some answers. So, that's an update, George, at least. And the reason why I had forgotten that this was supported by CCI, it came in an addendum, and it was by another staff person.
Right.
It wasn't Andy, it was another, so it was in another set of paper, etc. So anyway, we are going to follow through.
Yeah. It would seem natural. I don't know if Gail has reached out to Club 20 on this bill or not, but they are very interested in supporting anything they can do to get, and that might make a difference with some legislators. I don't know. I can try and send her an email to ask her if she's asked them for a letter of support. But
yeah, well, you might ask her, but yeah, I'd like to have as much information as we can have for that meeting.
What is the bill number on that?
Oh, Gail's?
Yeah. SB.
Yeah, Senate Bill 12-129.
Okay. I'll send an email tonight, see if it goes anywhere. Okay.
Yeah. Any other open discussion items, Ford? The only thing I have is a question of you all, the other four commissioners. Of course, Michael's not here. But we all received, I believe, an email from Jennifer Long. Did anyone do a courtesy response?
No, I didn't.
Just a little feedback? Good.
I haven't, just because I was traveling, and I thought I wanted to give it a little thought.
Yeah, and I, I'm not saying, well, we should do this, but just someone communicate a courtesy response, so right on.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that wraps up business. We're adjourned, and real time, we are late.
Doing good, Jack.
Pretty good. Very good job.
However, we're still 2 minutes late, so.
That's because everyone had to bring me up to speed. Thank you, Grassroots. Appreciate your turn.
Always appreciate it.